Hi Ramana, hi Aditya.
Hi Naveen, good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon.
Hey everyone.
Hey
Hey,
Anna.
Hello.
hi.
Hello, everybody. Hi.
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 Good
Hey, good
afternoon.
afternoon.
Naveen sir, you are from which place, sir?
I'm from Bangalore.
Oh, Bangalore. Oh, lovely. Small world.
Yeah, you're in Dharwad currently.
No, I am also from Bangalore.
Oh, okay, great. Which part of Bangalore?
North, Elanka,
Lanka side. I'm on the southeast, Belindur.
Velandur. And Aditya sir, आप कहाँ के हो? Where are you
I
from?
am from Chennai.
Oh, which part, sir?
Chennai near airport.
Oh, lovely. I'm originally Tamil, born and brought up in
Oh,
Bombay.
okay.
32 years in Bombay, 3 years Hyderabad, last 14, 15 years now in Bangalore.
Okay.
I think I'm the only non-HR guy, I guess. A lot of people from HR. I'm a hardcore sales guy.
Your hardcore sales, not less than definitely equal to HR.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್
You manage all.
I'm more too keen to learn. That's why I logged in early also. थोड़ा ज्ञान लूंगा करके.
Hmm.
And I think HR has gone through a lot of positive and also challenging times like COVID में.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
everyone.
very warm welcome to all the HRs who have taken their time out to be a part of this event. Our respected director, Professor Seshu, faculty members, and all the students attending the event. With the unexpected outbreak of the COVID 19 pandemic, the requirements of the corporate world have also changed. To bridge the gap between the academia industry requirements and skill sets of the students, the Career Development Cell IIT Dharwad has organized the HR Conclave 2021-2022 Academia Industry Interface Post COVID 19, which is indeed a series of two panel discussions among a few prominent HRs across the industry and the student community of IIT Dharwad. We would now request Dean of R&D Professor Prasanna to say a few words.
Thank you, Rishika. Good afternoon, all. I sincerely thank all the experts from outside who will be part of this HR conclave today. So I'm sorry that Professor Sheshu was having other engagements, hence he was unable to join this event. I will be presenting on behalf of him. Rishika, I will share a small presentation about IIT Dharwad. Is that okay?
Yes, sir, sure.
Yeah. Please let me know if it is visible. Is it visible, Rishika?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Yeah. So once again, thank you, and I sincerely thank our experts who will be part of today's HR conclave to spend time with our student community and also helping them to move on to the next level in their journey of from academia to the external world. At IIT Dharwad, we are planning to create a landscape which will enable pursuing science, technology, and innovation with joy and fun. So that is the goal at IIT Dharwad we have kept. We have identified 4 important actors who will be playing a pivotal role in the creation of that landscape. Of course, we are all here because of our students. We need to create an ecosystem for the students to have fun and joy of learning, creative thinking, and innovation. Of course, the students will come to IIT system as raw materials, and as a system, we need to create enough avenues for them so that they become finished product for our partners. Our partners, primarily industry partners, society, and other organization whom our students will move on to become part of their team. Now, as mentioned by the HR conclave theme and theme line, gone were the days where we can work in silos, and that is true for our partners when they come for recruitment or internship opportunities for our student community. Our students have, through the CDC cell, have to be in continuous touch with partners, discuss with them, visualize how their requirements can be met, accordingly plan for activities such that we will meet the requirements of the partners. So that is where such events will play an important role in having a communication channel open between our partners and the student community, so that there is a smooth transition from our student life to the external world. Of course, apart from partners, our faculty members will handhold in this journey of converting our students from raw materials to finished products for our partners. We are in the midst of a society. We also need to care about the society in the neighborhood at large, where as a system, we are looking forward ways for sharing our resources. Also, wherever possible, do the translation research so that society can be benefited. And also with our partners together, we can provide service in terms of corporate social responsibility and academic social responsibility. essentially, at least in IIT Dharwad, when we come to the students, we have students who may be interested in several directions. Of course, majority were interested in pursuing their careers, being part of industry. Some of the students are interested in becoming entrepreneurs. Yet some other group will also be interested in pursuing higher studies in the research direction. At IIT Dharwad, we are creating this landscape where students can pursue their passion if they are interested in industry. So there are directions in which they can equip themselves such that they will become industry ready. Similarly, if they want to become entrepreneurs, provide them the mentoring and also opportunities and also connections, needed connections for realizing their dream. Even for the research purpose also in the undergraduate programs itself, we have enabled several channels so that they can become part of the faculty and their research group to get a taste of carrying out research, because most of the other subjects or courses they will be doing will be essentially learning the basics and the first level information about different courses that they are going to study, may not be in the research direction. That is where we have enabled channels in terms of different courses, projects, and other ways to experience research so that they can get a taste for what it involves in carrying out research. And then based on that, they can make a choice of their career. Coming to the faculty members, of course, our prime responsibility is to train our students and carry out research. Apart from doing their own interesting research, we also emphasize at IIT Dharwad to collaborate with external organizations. Let it be R&D organizations, any of the public sector units or other R&D labs, and industry, and to come to know about the requirements in the field. So based on that, wherever possible, whether they can extend their research directions to bring out some results which are in translational form and which will benefit our partners. So that is where we're emphasizing on the faculty, and there are, in that direction, there are fruits already born out of this emphasis. Coming to the society, we also partner regularly with NGOs and other industries to carry out CSR and ASR activities. Coming to the partners, as I mentioned in the beginning, that we are very, very sensitive about having a long-standing relationship with our partners. Essentially, whether it is for placement or for internships, what is required is we need to be in continuous dialogue to know about the requirements in the field. As a result of that, our students can get equipped themselves to become industry ready or the external world requirements. So in that direction, the CDC cell is very active in terms of contacting all the partners and getting their requirements. Based on that, the required sessions have been being handled for our student community. For example, coding skills enhancement, there are courses being offered, communication skills, which is a very important component, which seem to be some group of our student community needs a lot of effort in that direction. Of course, technically they may be good, but unless they have a good written and oral communication, it will act as a block for any of the greater opportunities that they may be looking for in the field. So in that direction, all these four partners partners, society, faculty, and students will work together in the IIT system for empowering the thought process behind science, technology, and innovation ecosystem at IIT Dharwad. Of course, for the benefit of the experts, we started our journey in 2016. Our mentoring institute is IIT Bombay. IIT Bombay helped us to kickstart the academic activities at IIT Dharwad in 2016, where faculty from IIT Bombay came and set up the initial set of labs and also taught the courses for the first batch student, which gave a good kickstart for the academic setup at IIT Dharwad. Of course, from 2017 onwards, faculty members joined on IIT Dharwad roles. And soon, with the discussions among the faculty members, students, and our well-wishers from other places, one of the important thing we felt was it is very essential to have industry academia linkage. So we need to develop industry academia linkage from the point of growth of our faculty members as well as students, so that we are in sync with the external world. So in that direction, as early as in 2018, we started this Dial Day, where HR conclave like today are handled. Not only HR, but other theme-based events also have been organized earlier, which we call it as Development of Industry Academia Linkage Day, Dial Day, where experts from different fields, walks of life are invited and made to spend time with our faculty members and students in such events. Of course, pre-pandemic, we had in-person meetings and spending days with our community at IIT Dharwad. Because of this pandemic scenario, we are arranging online. Soon, hope to revert back to the normal routines. Of course, our students have come back to the campus, third year and final year. Research scholars are working here. Faculty members have started setting up their research labs, taking research scholars and getting funded projects. I'm quite happy that on an average, every faculty member has a project, and we have funding worth 15 crores on different fields of science, engineering, and humanities, who are carrying out research activities in their fields of interest. Of course, one of the important components for an IIT system is well-qualified faculty members. We are extremely fortunate to get faculty members who have done their training from premier institutes in India and abroad, as shown here. We on IIT Dharwad roles, we have about 50 faculty members across different academic departments. They are championing the whole IIT Dharwad system. And coming to the adaptation of the new education policy, of course, before even this policy was officially announced as the USP for IIT Dharwad, we were deliberating and thinking and brainstorming, saying that what should be the unique thing for IIT Dharwad. One of the aspects we discussed at length and agreed was how IIT Dharwad will become different compared to the other IIT systems, because we have that opportunity as a new institute to chalk out our own directions for the future. Of course, as students through the JEE ranks, they get into the system based on their ranks, which we have little things to control or say on it. But once they enter into the system, we wanted to create an ecosystem where, apart from their discipline, if they want, they can also pursue studies in other fields of interest. Apart from the other disciplines, we also wanted to make them as a holistic person when they get out of the IIT Dharwad system, which essentially, in terms of their courses, they will have ample opportunities to carry out interdisciplinary courses, multidisciplinary courses. Of course, they can also pursue their passion in terms of art, music, dance, drama, and many other things, which enables them to pursue their passion also. We are offering courses related to entrepreneurship, intellectual properties, financial domain, so that they can also, if whoever are interested, can take up that direction also, suppose if they're interested in the entrepreneurship aspect. Of course, in the digital world, it is also important to have a good all-rounding in terms of humanities and ethics related courses. This also we are offering. So as a result of this, we are well in line with the proposed NEP vision in terms of interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary courses. Coming to the departments and programs, we have engineering departments, computer science and engineering, electrical engineering, mechanical, metallurgy, and aerospace. We have sciences departments, mathematics, physics, chemistry, biosciences, and bioengineering. We have humanities and social sciences. Of course, we have BTech program as of now, computer science, electrical, and mechanical. We are going to start a BTech in engineering physics from this academic year onwards, which is a truly multidisciplinary BTech program where faculty members from science and engineering departments have joined hands together to come up with a curriculum which will really help the student who are passionate about pursuing their studies in multidisciplinary direction. We have Masters of Science in Research by research in computer science, electrical and mechanical departments. We have PhD programs in all the departments, essentially to enable students to take courses of their interest outside their disciplines. We have started the minor programs. We have minor programs in artificial intelligence and data science. We have minors in energy and environment, minors in smart systems, minors in computer science for the non-computer science students. Just give an example for the thought process that we are chalking out. We have a multidisciplinary, we are going to start this multidisciplinary BTech program in engineering physics, where the Department of Physics, Electrical Engineering, Mechanical Materials and Aerospace Engineering will join hands in offering courses drawn from these fields. For example, if I take engineering physics, we have about 32% courses from engineering departments, whereas 36% comes from electrical engineering, 18% from mechanical materials and aerospace, and about 14% from humanities and social sciences. This gives a really a multidisciplinary flavor for our students, which makes them ready for pursuing their future in any of these disciplines, depending on their interest. Of course, we have enough opportunities for the students to inculcate design thinking and innovation. They will do a lot of hands-on activities. There is a course, as soon as they enter into IIT system, there is a course on hands-on engineering, which essentially they make them to build systems, which essentially mechanical, electrical, or computer science are a combo of them. They build systems. Of course, at that point, they may not know the principles behind them, deeper theoretical underpinnings, but at least we are hoping that by doing these hands-on activities, it will create interest among our student community to take up their at the higher semesters to know the principles behind them in a greater depth. Of course, we also promote creative hobbies, as I mentioned. Some of the students will pursue, for example, clay modeling session, short film making, and many other activities. So, in a nutshell, when you look into the teaching and learning process at IIT Dharwad, it's not only the classroom teaching, they will learn more than that by other activities, like we have a vibrant club activity system, the hands-on projects, team projects. So as a result of that, it gives them enough window of opportunities to pursue their passion apart from the regular discipline work, what they are trying to do within the classrooms. Coming to the student community, we have enabled these parallel tracks. Somebody is interested in industry, they can pursue internships, work on industry projects, ongoing industry projects with the faculty members. We also have a very good co-op program that we have started. We have got very good response from industry, where some of our industry partners earlier mentioned that the 2 to 3 months of internships, what they do in industry will be too short a duration for them to do some serious activity, and also for industry to invest time. That is where this co-op program has been modeled, where students will have opportunity to spend with industry anywhere from 3 to 9 months to working on industry relevant projects in their ecosystem, or they can bring back the work and carry out part of the work at IIT Dharwad premises under the mentorship of one of the faculty members here, plus the industry partner. This seem to be attracting many industry partners, and also it's a very good thing for students also to spend some extended time and get a good experience of the nature of the work that happens in industry. Of course, industry visits are there. So in that way, if somebody is interested to make career in industry direction, we have created enough opportunities. Of course, here also our esteemed members from the HR domain will play a pivotal role in terms of one of the components of what is getting to know about what is required in industries, especially in terms of communication skills, how to present themselves both in the oral and written forum, as well as the body language, mannerisms, and other things, where our CDC cell will be in touch with all of you to please mentor them. Coming to the higher studies part, students will do, there are dedicated course to give them R&D experience. Also, they can be part of the ongoing funded projects from the faculty to get an experience for research. And many of the students are taking up that in view of the internship, suppose if they plan to go for higher studies. Coming to the startups, we encourage students to participate in all sorts of challenges, as well as carry out the initial work towards their creative idea, which they would like to plan and roll out as a startup later, or as a part of the student life also. So in that way, for our student community, there are enough opportunities to pursue their passion. In this direction, many of our students have won in many of the coding competitions, as mentioned here. Of course, they have also participated in an Indian board game, where the board game that has been proposed by our student teams under the mentorship of faculty member has been selected for the grand finale of the Taekwondo. So and also coming to the research part, it's not only getting the research experience, many of our students have produced good research results, which have been published in well-known destinations in their research area, as listed here. So what it shows is essentially in this short period of time, our students have achieved good things in their fields of interest. So that gives us some initial feedback that the trend seems to be fine. Coming to the research aspect also, our faculty members, apart from pursuing research in their fields of interest, we also create an ecosystem, what we call a 360-degree approach to research and development, where we are in continuous discussion from the research and development section of IIT Dharwad with our outside agencies or partners in terms of industry, startups, social organization, to know more about what is required in the society where scientific and technological interventions are needed. it is going to be an eye-opener for all of us when our partners come back to our boardroom and say, these are the issues, pressing issues in the society. If you provide some scientific or technological intervention, that will be of great help. Then this problem bank generation from field validation is a very important aspect of our 360-degree approach, which enables to cull out and take up interesting translational research problems. So as a result of that, once we formulate these proposals, we get the partners both from academia and R&D labs, because we may not have the required expertise from all the domains for the problem that are on our hand. For example, one of the recent stories which is taking a serious shape is in setting up a global center for energy at IIT Dharwad in partnership with our industrial social partner Selco, and many other industry partners are coming forward to set up an energy center at IIT Dharwad and bring up problems from the society, and also develop entrepreneurs who can build systems for providing solution to this energy requirement, where clean and green energy requirement. Of course, we have also partnered with many industries to set up labs at IIT Dharwad. For example, with Antriksh Corporation, we are going to set up very soon a space data science lab, where our students, faculty members, and other outside institute students also will be able to spend time in this lab to pursue research problems related to space data science. Because space is a very important domain. So far, there is not much private participation in the country, but now Government of India has opened up and created a lot of opportunities for youngsters to participate and contribute in the space domain. So that is where the space data science will play an important role. Not only carrying the research and funded projects, also in the domain of bringing up entrepreneurs in the space sector. That is the goal that we have kept. As I told about this Global Center for Excellence in Affordable and Clean Energy for improving the livelihoods, this proposal is taking good shape in terms of setting up a center here. We have also partnered with Ministry of MSME, Government of India, to set up an incubator for MSMEs around this region. And these are some of the examples, many more there. We have partnered with many of the other organizations in terms of carrying out work, to begin with MOUs with these organizations. Coming to the academia, we are looking for partners, academic partners, who add value to extend our themes of our passion to pursue teaching, learning, as well as R&D in terms of interdisciplinary challenges, multidisciplinary challenges. So that is where we partner with our this one. For example, we have partnered with University of Agricultural Sciences to pursue our multidisciplinary research and development interest in precision agriculture. We have partnered with the Karnataka Institute of Medical Sciences to pursue our passion in terms of health sector area, and our faculty members have written joint projects with them. Some of them have been funded, and we have started the activities in that direction. Coming to the private sector, we have joined hands with many private sectors in terms of course, in terms of consultancy projects and joint industry academia projects funded by different agencies. Also, another important aspect of contributing to the society in terms of our corporate social responsibility. So in that direction, we have partnered with our industry partners to take this initiative forward. Coming to the public sector, we have, in terms of joint research and development on the many important projects, long-term projects that they are working on, also participate in the joint developmental activities. So in the nutshell, if I summarize, we have taken at IIT Dharwad students, faculty, society, and our partners as important entities with whom we create this landscape where our students will have the fun and joy of learning, creative thinking, and innovation. And our faculty members carry out teaching, cutting edge research, as well as pursue collaboration in its earnest to partner with our industry partners as well as other organizations, so that we can do very good R&D and also develop systems which are of use in the society. Coming to the society, we are from day one, we have kept this as under our conscious approach towards meeting or sharing whatever we have with the society to the extent possible, carrying out translation research in some of the areas so that society will benefit, and also service. Whenever our industry partners comes and says that we are interested in partnering with you, however, you need to interface with the society and carry out the activities, we take up such responsibilities and do the needful. And our sincere request to our partners is we need to have a long-term relationship. Of course, it starts with initial discussions, and together we need to visualize what is required in creating a vibrant academic landscape where all the partners will get benefited, and plan the activities such that we indeed realize such things. So that is the hope we are having. I'm assuming that today's HR Conclave is one example in that direction. All our students will get benefited by your wisdom and also your mentoring in terms of advising our students on what they should get ready to move forward in their careers. So with these few words, I'll wish all the best for all the HR Conclave organizers and the experts who are participating in that. With that, I'll end my brief presentation here. Thank you, Rishika. Thank you all, and all the best for the event. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would now request the faculty in charge of career development cell, Professor Naveen MB, to say a few words.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Naveen. Maybe you should keep your mic slightly closer.
Okay, hello. Is it better now?
Hello, Naveen.
Yeah, is it better now?
Slightly better. Yeah. It's okay. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Prasanna, and thank you, Rishika. So it is indeed very overwhelming to see how much IIT Dharwad does, and I was very, very happy to see that the entire gist of IIT Dharwad was captured within half an hour through Professor Prasanna's presentation. So in my talk right now, I won't be consuming too much time. I would just be introducing what is the career development cell and how it operates, and we'll declare this meet open soon. So basically, career development cell is a student-driven body at IIT Dharwad, completely maintained by students, and all the student volunteers are in charge of various activities. We have faculties from the 3 engineering departments to guide the students and facilitate these activities. I am the faculty in charge, Professor Naveen MP, and I am from the electrical. We also have Professor Dheeraj Patil from mechanical engineering, or now the name has been changed to MMAE, Materials, Mechanical and Aerospace Engineering. And we also have Professor Bharat BN from electrical engineering and Professor Nikhil Hegde from computer science and engineering, helping the students for their activities related to CDC. So as you have noticed, we have not called our cell as the placement cell. It is in fact called the career development cell, because as Professor Prasanna mentioned, career spans something more than just placements, internships, and say higher studies. So considering the holistic development of an individual at IIT Dharwad, we try to provide guidance on various aspects of their growth in different career objectives, right from guiding them towards GRE, GATE, or helping them with internships, placements, or in fact, if somebody is willing to do research, we try to absorb them in our projects or provide them opportunities through other links so that they can work on research projects, and the list is endless. So uh, through this very short introduction to CDC, and again reiterating that it's a completely student driven community, I firstly congratulate all our students for uh, doing very good work in the CDC, and also having professionally organized such interactions with many industry members, and also in this case many esteemed HR members. And all these activities will not only help them to learn about various technological and professional development things that is required for them, it will also help them in their own personal growth. uh, Simple things like how to communicate with the outside world, what the industry is facing now in the post-pandemic situation, or what new challenges arise, and how digitization is going to change the landscape of working. All these things will be discussed in the two panel discussions today, and I'm sure that our esteemed HR members will provide them enough insight to progress well in these aspects. With this, I would like to declare the HR Conclave open. All the best, students, and thanks a lot for the esteemed HR members for agreeing to participate in this event. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I'd like to start off with the introduction of the panelists. The first panelist is Mr. Surema. She is the Global Head of University Recruitment, NASEC, Metromania National Capital Region, Philippines. She has been awarded many awards like the Gold Encore Award for the co-spearing heading the Johnson & Johnson Elite Business Case Competition, Silver Encore Award for all her contribution in developing the regional sourcing team's SharePoint site. She has many activities, being the project manager and training lead, marketing manager, and even the event organizer and the training facilitator. She got her master's degree in industrial and organizational psychology from De La Salle University. She has a double degree in Bachelor of Science in Psychology and AB Guidance and Counseling. The next panelist is Mr. Naveen Patel. Mr. Naveen Patel is currently working as Director Talent Acquisition at Affine, which is one of the fastest growing consulting service organization in the space of artificial intelligence, data science, and data engineering. He is an innovative strategic thinker with a progressive career in the dynamic, multicultural, diversified, and matrix organization. He has rich experience in various leadership roles within the talent acquisition domain for over 14 years in companies like Mindtree, Brillo, and Accenture. He carries a good blend of experience and exposure gained from TA Ops, talent resourcing, recruitment delivery, and strategizing staffing plans with the leadership. He often plays a central role in strategic decision making, design thinking, and all new initiatives within the talent organization. The next panelist is Mr. Arsh Bhatia. He is the founder of Astrologic, a service that bridges the digital gap between a certified astrologer and an advice seeker. He is also a consultant of Study.com and a human capital consultant of the DE Shaw Group. He is the lead hiring operation at Turing.com. Turing was recently featured in the America's Best Startup Employers by Forbes 2021 and listed among the top 10 most innovative workplace companies of 2021. He has completed a Bachelor's of Business Administration honors in marketing and HR from Christ University, Bangalore. He has many publications, including a research article on the topic Advertisers Experimenting with the Rational Psyche of the Consumers in the International Journal of Management and Commerce Innovations. Moving on to the next panelist, Mr. Ramana Bhogi. Mr. Ramana Murthy Bhogi is the General Manager at Ultratech Cement Limited, Aditya Birla Group. He has 15 plus years of experience in both employee relations and human resources of the supply chain. He is experienced in industrial relations, welfare, statutory compliances, contract labor management, time office and payroll management, manpowering planning, recruitment, learning and development, performance management system, and MIS and budgeting. Previously, he has worked with MRF, the Coca-Cola Company, the United Breweries, Mahindra and Mahindra, and Hindustan Unilever Limited in different levels of ER and HR. He has done his MBA from Andhra University. Okay, the next panelist is Aditya Venkataraman. He is the MBA graduate from the Asian Institute of Management and has a mechanical engineering from PSG College of Technology. He is passionate about human capital, talent building and management, and is spearheading compensation and total rewards at Ashok Leyland currently. Ashok Leyland is an Indian multinational automobile manufacturer headquartered in Chennai. The company is a pioneer of commercial vehicles in India and the world. Prior to his MBA, he handled training and development and was pivotal in the campus to corporate connect program in Ashok Leyland and has over 5 years of versatile experience in Ashok Leyland with a background in mechanical engineering, specializing in operations. Moving on to the next panelist, Mr. Jogendra Singh. He is the President Finance for Hero Corporate Service Private Limited and is responsible for finance operations at Hero Enterprise, which includes companies engaged in manufacturing, real estate, service industry, education institute, and insurance broking operations. He is also on the board of several companies in Hero Enterprise. He has been an industry veteran for over 30 years and has taken a keen interest in interacting with students of various universities and institutes in India and abroad. He was awarded with one of the top 20 CFOs at CFO Leadership Summit 2018, New Delhi, and featured in CFO Power List 2019 and CFO Power List 2020. He was awarded with the honorary doctorate, the Doctorate of Excellence in the field of financial management by the University of Entrepreneurship and Technology, UET, USA, in Jan 2019. So Mr. Jogendra Singh will be the moderator for this panel discussion. So I would request him to start off with the panel discussion.
Thank you, Rishika. This was a wonderful discussion that we have had over the last hour or so. Professor Mahadev has given a good background of what is being done at IIT Dharwad. I'm very happy, with the kind of exposure that is being given to students in entrepreneurship, making them industry ready. So we are talking about the right things that are truly required today and making students a holistic person. Like there was a advertisement from Raymond, they say the complete man. So this is primarily making everybody a complete man, women included. So don't take so which means basically not only talking about academic but also soft skills and passions, etc., so which is wonderful. Coming to our topic of the day, post-pandemic, what are the challenges and opportunities in the industry? So while in 2015, Bill Gates talked about a possible pandemic, and there were a little bit of talks here and there about a looming risk for this in decades. COVID-19 still has given all of us a big shock, and this shock was to industry, society, health systems, economies, governments worldwide, not limited to a particular area. In the midst of extraordinary challenges and uncertainty, the countless personal tragedies, number of people that died, leaders at all situations, whether in government or in business, have been under tremendous pressure to make decisions on managing the immediate impact of the pandemic and also the consequences. They were also charged with making decisions that will shape the state of the world, state of the industry, state of the company for years to come. While the pandemic has put across a number of challenges in the already growing, what we call VUCA world, it has also thrown numerous opportunities, new business models. And if you really look at, there was a McKinsey article which talked about 4 major trends, which are interrelated trends. So one is more connectivity. They talked about today there are 35 billion connected machines. So if I really take a ratio of man to machine, then it's 1:4. For every man, there are 4 interconnected machines. Lower transaction cost, unprecedented automation that is going around everywhere, and a societal shift. And this has really given birth to completely new business models. This also has given us a new silver lining in this crisis, and how we can use this momentum to build a more prosperous, equitable, and sustainable world. So those words, which were like health, like sustainable world, were very, very important words for quite some time. But today we have truly experienced the true meaning of what is health, or what is lack of health, or what is absence of health, or what is sustainability and what is lack of sustainability. So therefore, we came to a lot of changes. So one of the major change that came about was digitalization. So there was a McKinsey study in 2021. It talked about, while you have challenges on one side, you have opportunities on one side, and the people, the industries, the leaders who took advantage of the downturn, in the long run, they have outperformed others. So their revenue was up 30%, their operational costs were reduced by 3x, there were 39% more divestitures during the downturn and 12% more acquisitions in recovery. There was another wonderful study by Bain, and this study primarily started in 2000, after 2008 financial crisis, went on for about 10 years. So in 2017, again, there was a study of what were these companies. So there was a data set of about 3,460 odd companies. And out of these 416 companies truly outperformed. So they grew at a CAGR of 15% versus others who grew at 5%. So what did they do, which was different? They took decisions. They took decisions irrespective of it being a downturn, irrespective of being in a sticky situation. They took bold moves. They went for expansion. They looked ahead. They envisioned what is going to come in future, and they worked upon that. And the result was they outperformed. So these 416 companies grew at 16% CAGR. So what they said was, when you have a setback, don't sit back, step back and bounce back. I mean, that is what really what we will have to do. So going ahead on this note, I would like to ask the industry leaders that I have today, and I have some wonderful leaders. We will talk about opportunities. We will talk about challenges, what this has thrown, what does it mean for the industry, what does it mean for the people. So let me just start with the lady, Prish. The first question comes to you.
Sure.
How can companies link changing trends of higher connectivity and automation to their corporate transformation goals?
Okay, no, that's a good question. So let me start with saying that our concerns with disruptive automation is not new. So in 1930s, people were concerned about the cement truck and how it can mix cement without the touch of a human hand. And in the 1950s, there was a massive protest of longshoremen being concerned about losing their jobs because of automation. Now, for the people in the call, if you don't know what longshoremen is, it's because there are very few of them left. So in spite of lesser jobs, you would notice that there's still a lot of work available to us. So it's easy to see jobs being eliminated, but we tend to miss the new opportunities that are created due to automation. So new technologies create jobs in different ways. First, you have the jobs to maintain the technology, right? And then second, due to the indirect effects of labor-saving inventions, we can do more for less. So companies can now expand, add products, and lower their prices to increase their competitiveness in the market. For example, if you think about the role of a bank teller, right? Before the ATM, they had one job: to receive and to give money. So the invention of the ATM has actually removed that task from bank tellers. This means that banks can now expand for less money, right? So what happens to the bank tellers? Their role has actually evolved from being transactional to focusing on clients. Now they have the capacity to build customer relationships, introduce new products, and therefore increasing the sales of the banks. So transformation strategies may differ from company to company, but in general, we're looking for opportunities to upskill our employees and place them in roles that's relevant to the business needs of today and tomorrow. I hope that answers the question, Jigendra.
Yeah, I think this was truly wonderful. Then we and you talked about moving from transactional to customer satisfaction. So truly, digital transformation, as we talk about, which has been thrown open by this pandemic, and that is exactly what has been done in most of the time, and which has changed. So whether it is the four trends that I talked about, of higher connectivity, automation, societal shift, and lower transaction cost. Other than that, also health, people's psychological state of mind has also given a fillip to thrown a lot of challenges and thrown a lot of opportunities for the industry. And we said this is not about fundamentally about knowledge, but about mindsets. So it has always been about mindsets, about leadership. So coming to you, Aditya, I gave a reference of the Bain study, that we talked about, and we talked about a McKinsey study that said during the downturn, if we take the bold decision, the decisions related to investing, it does give you good returns in the long term. So what is your experience of envisioning and investing during downturn? What has, maybe you can just give some examples from your experience for the benefit of these students.
Absolutely.
So, Aditya. Yeah.
Thanks, Jogendra, and thanks IIT Dharwad for this opportunity. Taking cue from what Jogendra had in his introductory talk, for any company to build up or see the future and to build up their profits, there are two things. One, top line, the revenue, and the cost. Right, most of the companies get, at least in these times of downturn, the companies, organizations do focus on how can I reduce cost. Cost becomes one of the major factor of governance in most of the companies during these downturns. But on the other hand, what are the ways we start thinking? How do we build revenues? How do we add multiple avenues to these revenues? So I have seen almost, this is the third cycle of downturn which we are seeing currently, at least in my experience I'm seeing. So in the earlier downturn, we had focused on multiple avenues for revenue, how a company can actually grow. So I represent the commercial vehicle industry, and commercial vehicle industry is kind of one of the last players. Like if you see a technology transfer from whatever in the vehicle industry, at least, the spacecrafts emerges one of the most technologically advanced piece of man-made. And from spacecraft, the technology transfers to race cars. From race cars, it goes into the aeroplanes, or aeroplanes and race cars kind of parallel. And then from race cars, it comes to the passenger cars. And from the passenger car, it comes to commercial vehicle. So we already have kind of 10 to 15 years what is going to happen to this industry in which we are living in. So in the previous downturn itself, we had kind of designed, for example, in the commercial vehicle industry, we have come up with the modular business platforms. You would have seen trucks and buses actually sold. If you go into a truck or bus showroom, you would see kind of, this is the tonnage, this is the application for which I'm going to use a bus or a truck, so I need this bus. So gone are those days now. Now, if you enter a showroom, you're given a tab and you can customize completely a truck. So this is the engine I want, this is the cars, this is the seat I want, this is the kind of tonnage I'm going to have, this is the gearbox I want, this is the powertrain I want. These are the make of tires. In fact, to the make of tires, customers are very specific these days. So these are the things which we foresaw, like we kind of saw in 2012-13 downturn. And we came up with a modular business program, which is paying us really well 5 to 6 years down the lane now. And now during this downturn, which is the pandemic downturn, we are kind of facing a lot of hindrances in our market. Now we are kind of investing ourselves in other revenues other than our business is already a cyclical business. So we are getting into a digital space. We are getting into kind of a Flipkart for spares of vehicles. we are kind of getting into a service mandi kind of, where if you head a highway, you are, and your vehicle breaks down in between, so you are struggling to get a mechanic round. So we are completely working on that technology and how to interconnect all the local mechanic shops in the way, and how to integrate it on a single platform. So which we have come up with one technology for that. That can be used not only by trucks or bus drivers, we are also extending it to other modes of commute as well. So we are also started in this downturn has given us an opportunity to think on alternate fuels as well. So hydrogen as an alternate fuel is one thing which we are currently working on. Electric vehicles, that the buzz around electric vehicles is so strong. Government giving so much of room to think about electric vehicles, and there are a lot of surveys which have stated that by 2030, at least till passenger cars, it will all become electrified. So commercial vehicle is no less behind. All our buses are getting electrified now, and we are also working on the electric vehicles. We are as well supporting governments on electric vehicle programs, which we had thought earlier. And this is kind of 3-4 years back where we started thinking, and this kind of materializing now. And similarly, with whatever we are thinking now and investing now is going to reap us benefits in the future. So as students who are listening to this as well, they'll have to think at least 5 to 10 years ahead of them, so that they are in line with industry when they actually join an industry. So these are some of the things which I wanted to throw some light on the given topic, Jagendra.
So good, Aditya. I think this seems so familiar, to me. And coming from commercial vehicle industry, and I have spent a lot of time in Chennai and been part of the commercial vehicle industry at Daimler.
Yes.
And so I do understand, especially when we started, this from scratch. It was a greenfield production. So having that futuristic vision, understanding what customer wants. I do remember, those surveys and discussions with a lot of customers going to all parts of India and asking customers what exactly are their pain points and what do they want in a truck. So whether it is continuous work, or it is service, or it is turnaround time in service, or you actually touched upon some wonderful things in your futuristic vision, talking about modular business, platform, connecting a lot of mechanics on the highways, which was, of course, a very big pain point. And thinking 5 to 10 years ahead, I think this is primarily key to what we all look in the industry, envisioning and thinking 5 to 10 years ahead of what we are today or where we are today. So after that, it is, you start on a transformation journey. You have seen the pandemic. You can't do much about it. So the question is, how do you react to it? So I read somewhere this was a wonderful thing. They said that you resolve. First of all, you resolve. What you're going to do. You show resilience, and then you return. You reimagine, and then you reform. So it was a wonderful thing to say: resolve, resilience, and return, reimagine, and reform. So when you do that, a big problem is, how do you communicate it across the line? When we talk about new normal, next normal, all these kind of terms we heard for the first time in our lifetime, because in any case, this was the first time in all our lifetimes, we saw such a major disruption. So how do you communicate it so that it reaches to the last man on the, so whether it is on the shop floor or, somewhere sitting in my remote sales office. So Naveen, probably you can just tell us about what strategies worked and what did not work to communicate the need for business transformation to the requirements of new normal, or sometimes as we say, next normal. And what strategy did you use to generate a sense of urgency and align people to the goals? Naveen.
Sure, Jagendra. That's a nice question, Jagendra. So obviously, this is a big pandemic, which was surprisingly hit everyone globally, right? And that kind of immobilized a lot of people, and a lot of fear, was there in the market. A lot of speculations in terms of what's going to happen, how we're going to deal with it. Especially people's health, people's well-being. So definitely, some of the things did not go well with, when people were panicking, especially some of the leadership, because people are not really mentally prepared to handle this kind of a pandemic or how to react to the situation, because they were personally impacted at home, their own homes or their own family members, right? And there are some of the companies who basically do not take the right decisions of maybe becoming too conservative, letting their people go, right. A lot of attrition took place, and then that's something which really triggered the trust factor in those organizations, and people were really panicking, and that led to a lot of attrition when the market opened up, because that trust factor was lost, because the company did not handle that communication part well to the employees. What really worked well is in terms of setting up a crisis management team, having a representation from each and every department and function, because everyone needs to come as a team and ensure that all the important things are taken care of. We prioritize and plan what exactly has to be handled first, because the first thing when there's a pandemic situation is a response to the current situation, right? How do you handle the current situation and ensuring that people are communicated and all the things are taken care of. And then comes the next part is in terms of recovery. How do we ensure that you're recovering from a business situation, and how do you communicate? And communication is a very key part, because if you miscommunicate, it creates panic, right? And that's the reason it becomes very important to ensure that the communication is vetted by the corporate communication team, the messaging is right, we're sending the right signals to the people, and also there are times when we used to have multiple connects with employees, taking the feedback, asking our frontline managers to have sessions with the employees and get a pulse, right? What is that worrying them, right? Is it the insurance, right? Is it the COVID coverage as part of the insurance is going to impact them? And also in terms of communicating to employees is one part, but other important communication is communicating to your delivery teams, communicating to your clients, customers. How are you trying to ensure that their delivery is not impacted? There's going to be business continuity. How do we ensure that our vendor partners continue to support us during tough times, and ensuring, in case there are any delays in payment schedule, right? Communicating to them is very key, so that they are there for your support. Communicating to your investors from time to time to ensure that they are aware of what's happening, and if there's any other support that is required, from their end in terms of managing this tough situation. And this is a key, and there are a lot of large organizations who have done blunders, and there are a lot of organizations who have done well in terms of communicating to the employees, constantly working on the new business models. For one example, there was change in the business model as how to use personal laptop, because because of people couldn't move anywhere. There's a lockdown. They came up with virtual desktop infrastructure, got approvals from clients saying that if you can enable that VPN setup for the employees, right, so that they can continue working from home and are able to deliver in the operations, right. So it was definitely a lot of brainstorming. I personally recollect, being glued onto my laptop for 10 to 15 hours on a daily basis to ensure that communication that's coming to me is not getting stuck at my end, but I'm also translating this communication down to my teams by connecting, telling them what are the other things that they are required to do, what is the support that they need to provide. Being part of the HR, everyone looks up to HR in terms of solving the problems, in terms of any queries, any crisis that happen, know what exactly they have to do. So it was definitely a challenging situation, but after some time we overcame that, and the market has opened up, especially in the IT industry. It's booming, and there are a lot of job openings that are coming up in the market. So I think a pandemic is very well handled right now, and people are prepared for all the challenges. Over to you, Joginder. Hope I was able to answer your question.
Yeah, Naveen, I think this was good. You talked about people panicking and attrition taking place. So very important that prioritize and plan, as we say, for the recovery. And talking about insurance on the COVID coverage, and communicating to clients. So definitely, if I really give you an example, this was such an important thing for some of our manufacturing entities, where there was a huge disruption because of the supply chain disruptions. And supply chain disruption was primarily because things were not moving, trucks were not moving, even though some of it was allowed later on. Some trains were, disrupted, and in between, especially in the north part of the world, there was farmers, agitation that also, started. And before this started in Delhi, there were some rail roko kind of, the train disruptions kind of things by farmers. So our factories did get a lot of disruption in terms of their production. So it was very important for us to communicate with our vendors and with our customers to what can we actually supply, what can we actually get. Keeping these communications line open. I can recall that, while in so one of the CEOs, I was talking to in our one of our steel companies, and he would normally talk to a few customers in a month, because it'll be sales head who would really be talking to the customers, and some prestigious customers, some major orders, etc., would come to CEO, and he would speak to the customers directly. However, this was where he was speaking to 10 customers every day, and of course, the Zoom platform, etc., or all these kind of platforms had given us that reach to reach those customers and really keep them abreast of what is happening, so that there are no surprises at their end. They can also prioritize and plan, as you said. So this communication, keeping these communication channels open and working, was always very, very important. Aditya, can you, maybe recall some of these communication challenges or communication successes, whatever you say, with respect to your customers or with respect to your people, because this to us was very, very important part during this period.
Absolutely. Especially during April 2020, I still recall the complete month was locked down after the Janata curfew here on March 22nd. So there was complete uncertainty of what is going to happen, how it's going to happen, insecurity of job, everything was there. So we had channelized everything into kind of four buckets. One is our internal employees. One is our stakeholders. More importantly, our suppliers and our dealers. The third most important part, especially with all NBFCs going through the tough times and MSMEs going through tough times, the financiers, who actually, because ours is not kind of cash and carry kind of product which we are selling. It's all the financiers and dependent on financiers. So the cash crunch which these people were facing right from demonetization, the effects of demonetization, everything started to blow up, especially during COVID. And these are the three major parts. And the fourth is the governance aspect and the internal leadership. So these were the kind of places where we were targeting on communication. It all started how we started communicating to our internal employees, because internal employees are one of our flag bearers who start communicating to all our external stakeholders, because that's the time where we started seeing kind of unrest, people getting demotivated. Prior to the panel also, we were talking family members getting affected, because of which people getting into depression. So we started one-to-one health services. That was a major focus during those times. So communication, clarity, every day we used to have a town hall from our top management. We have never had such town halls from our top leaders, but every day morning we used to wake up with a message from our top leadership saying that we are good, we are doing fine, and we are going to do fine. So this shall also pass by. That was a key mantra with which we kind of sailed through the entire thing, and we kept our suppliers in conference. Our policies were tweaked for our suppliers. So the credit period, everything were kind of extended, shortened, whatever customization which we can do for our dealership fraternity, our supplier fraternity, we're all taken care of, so that our entire community or the ecosystem survives together. It's a flock with every person of it like fly together, right? So every person of it were taken care of, and we didn't leave even a single. Up to the driver mechanics, we ensured the education for drivers and the driver mechanics were also kind of continued through our CSR program. To up to that level detailing we had to do, so that things were kind of not going outside what we expected.
So good. I think Aditya, you really summed it up pretty beautifully. You know, really looking at the entire ecosystem was a key focus. I remember, you know, employee being, you know, one of the focus. And again, I, you know, talk about one of our manufacturing entities. During the first wave, for 9 months, you know, when it started with April and it went on till, you know, let's say December only we started opening up in a way. However, this was a factory, it was a manufacturing, concern, and it started somewhere in May itself, May end or so, it just started working. So while everybody was working from May onwards until December, we were very proud that we did not have even a single, and this is in the state of Punjab, we did not have even a single case of somebody falling ill, nor their family members. And I'm not talking about, you know, 1 or 2, we are talking about almost about 800 people and their families, you know, 800 direct and indirect people who work in the factory. So the biggest difference in my view was a very strong message and a very strong implementation and faith of the people on the management that whatever is being said is very important. We made sure that, you know, most of the people got vaccinated, and that was the first, company in our group that got 100% double vaccinated. Only during the second wave, we had a couple of, cases, but first wave, this communication and making sure that everybody gets the message, and not only while they are working in the company, but also when they go back home, because that is another ecosystem on which we have very little control, and the families, etc. So therefore, this message goes across. That's very important. So Ramana, Mr. Murthy, I'll just come to you.
Sir.
While we talk about, this digital transformation or any kind of transformation or our response to this, pandemic, so adaptability and agility was very, very important, for us. So we said digital transformation was never just about technology. Anecdotal tales of game time pivots, moving swarms of workers to remote platforms, rethinking and remaking supply chains, shifting manufacturing to produce in-demand personal protective equipment. So this is also something we did, in some of our factories, which stopped producing what was their major product, but they were producing a lot of other things. Even for that matter, some of our we helped some of our factories to produce, ventilators, so to say, right? So these are not just near-term business contortions. How do you think such adaptability and agility and flexibility will become a mandatory business competency going forward?
Yes, sir. Very good afternoon to everybody. Thanks IIT Dharwad for giving this opportunity. First, I need to thanks to my boss because he was the member actually. Fortunately, he has some other IR issue, so he moved to somewhere else. So I got the opportunity to participate with you, sir. So that was the context. But see, sir, pandemic, especially supply chain, I will put one fact which I have experienced. See, maybe I can say that people say that it's a COVID-19. But I see that COVID-20, because the COVID has hit India in 2020 badly, right? So the March 23rd is the day I think it has triggered this COVID, how it has really impacted. See, if it comes to a supply chain and manufacturing industry, we'll not be seeing such a kind of social distancing, ensuring that people are matured enough, educated to ensure that sanitization, social distancing. So when it comes to a supply and shop floor activities, so it will be a closer. People have to come and close to execute the thing because a lot of manual operations are involved. So if you ask me a question in terms of what is my experience, especially this COVID time, sir, I can tell a real case. When I was with Hindustan Unilever, say I was heading one of the factory of Hindustan Unilever, which produce Horlicks and Boost. So we got this business from GSK in 2020 April only. So the situation is that actually initial stage, maybe a March and April, it was in a so slow and having some confusion, and some people are not aware of what is this COVID, Corona, and still people have continued it. So in the comes to the end of the around July. So July was the very, very bad incident for us. I think we lost the people span of 7 days. See, the workers, families are, this factory is very near to the city. So the families of the workers are hanging on the gates. What about the people? You people have asked for us to produce, and now people are not in a position to support us in terms of medical. So this was a very, very bad situation. Maybe I experienced one of the worst situations with my 15 years of IR and ER experience, including HR. Then we took a different stand, see, because we waited till 20th, 25th of this July to stop the factory. But however, I think you know very well that Horlicks and Boost is one of the immunizing product. So HUL is very strong that we want to produce here because this is one of the supplementary which we need to supply to the COVID patients. So then we ramped up all the things and we LNC because this unit is a very highly typical IR unit, unit. So then we putting on all the 7 major unions, 1200 work putting on the soft floor has really has made us miserable. But good thing that we have changed our ways of work drastically. See, the way earlier we used to, I'll tell a classic example. We used to have the punch cards, right? Earlier, still companies are following. We have changed that punch card, people touching, fisking to a complete e-gate entry process. When somebody is coming to gate, the system it will says that this person is away from the COVID, he don't have any symptoms of COVID, and he can be put into the floor. So that was the digital formation brought into the, especially in the gate entry process, we call e-entry process. So that has that was the major factor that influenced the people to come onto the floor. So that was the level of digitalization played a role in terms of especially a ER and HR front. So then comes to the reality, sir. If you are asking about the PPEs, this is having the multifolded opportunity we got into the, when we also produce some sanitizer, alcohol-based sanitizers. So we have some byproduct is there. With that, we produce some. But having said that, these byproduct are the products of PPE also having different paradigms because people expertise are very high. If you see the mask, people first initially having a normal surgical mask. Then there is a lot of changes in the mask. And the expectations of the mask is very high. Somebody investing in the mask business or something, a sanitizer business, the expectation of kind of changing. It's a very, very long beginning and short ending. Within the span of that, he has to earn that money in terms of getting that ROI or whatever it may be. So that was the biggest thing, sir. But comes to the supply chain, I want to put 4 things, especially in this COVID pandemic time. That is, one is changing the context and the new paradigm. That is one of the big thing. It has come down. See, when you operate at the COVID pandemic situation, it will not work with your traditional or legacy ways of working. So we worked on a different model we call as Garuda vision. So these have the agility and the speed, see, meeting the resilience. This all comes into the factor and the Garuda vision. And the second factor we maybe looked into it is rather than a value creation, like maybe innovation part is slightly we are a bit aware. But we want to capture that innovation. Getting that capturing that innovation makes definitely difference to the business. That's why we call value creation versus value capturing. That is one of the important thing for the supply chain factor. And comes to the managing the risk. See, I cannot produce everything in my premises, right? I have to delimit my risk. So that has made a vital role for this in terms of this COVID pandemic. And the fourth one is majorly, if you see that it is not something that normal innovation will not work in a COVID pandemic. Only there should be a disruptive innovation or it should be a radical innovation is required to mitigate this so-called COVID pandemic, especially through digitalization. But one thing I can tell you that especially supply chain front, sir, you asked about the agility and adaptability. So I say that when I'm from a supply chain person, yes, agility and adaptability is required for a company backed by a aligned supply chain. That is a third year. It is definitely required for the COVID pandemic situation. That was my takeaway on this, sir. Agility is the one and the adaptability is for the business, and business should be supported by aligned supply chain. Only the success will come and the digital formation will play a vital role into the COVID pandemic, sir. That was my takeaway on this, sir.
Right. Thank you, Ramana. I think this is quite a good. You have covered it very, very well. I come back to Aditya, and again I come back to people because people are the central, focus for during this period and even the industry. But I talk about a specific aspect of the people in terms of their skill set. They said people are the key component in the entire game plan. However, the skill set of the past will not be relevant in near future, where it is estimated that 40% of the current jobs will be lost to automation and AI and things like that. So what strategies are you using to prepare people for such transition? This number of 40% is mind-boggling, and there are enough books actually in circulation these days. I was reading a book even yesterday on AI, and then there were future of jobs, World Economic Forum report. So what is your view on this?
Yeah. Yes, precisely. World Economic Forum, Economic Times, everybody are kind of suggesting the entire skill set is going to change, and the top 10 skill sets definitely is going to be something different what we're going to see it now. So there are three aspects with which we drive this in our organization as well. Like if you see outside also, how did Netflix start? Netflix started as a kind of a DVD selling platform to the customers. Now there's something different. Company has evolved, as Trish said earlier. The skill set will not become so obsolete. There are certain transactional activities which the machines will start taking over, but there will definitely be a strategic part which rests with the human, and there is the organization's responsibility comes into play there. So we see it in three different baskets. Like talent agility is one thing which we keep seeing. How agile is our workforce or the talent to the shifting norms or the changing work practices or the upgradation of skills. So multi-skilling is one thing which we kind of look into. Even outside world, if you see, yesterday one of my friends hopped into Ola bike, which came in a Swiggy uniform. He said, I'll drop you and deliver a pack of parcel to a customer as well. So it's kind of age where people are starting collaborating their businesses. So people have to start thinking out of the box and that's where we come into talent agility, and next is our talent mobility. So we need our talent to be mobile as well, so that people sticking to a specific person, a specific place. Now we have seen how we can work from anywhere across the world. The COVID has taught us like brick and mortar is no solution. It's just clicks and portals which are solution. We kind of keep on laptops. And finally, the talent intelligence is what we are working at. So to continuously bridge the gap between what is expected and what is it currently. Are we upping the game, or are we downing the game, or are we leveling it? So it's the continuous process which we keep doing. And for our workforce, or for employees, for any organization for that matter, we need to have a clear vision or the clarity in future. And that has to be communicated to the last level so that people know what are they playing for. Earlier, things were different. Now things are different. Now we were selling Ashok Leyland, for example, it was a commercial vehicle manufacturer earlier. Now we claim ourselves as a mobility solutions provider. So that's how things are kind of evolving. How to collaborate between teams and continuous feedback taking is one important thing which we continuously do. We have to educate people, create awareness in people that saying that these are the skills which are wanted and this is how organization is supporting. You'll have to upskill, and so that you end up in better career future. So unlearn, relearn, learn. That's a cycle which keeps going continuously.
Yeah, I think this is a wonderful thing. That you said that every few years you have to unlearn a lot to relearn. So you do this as a continuous exercise of learning, unlearning, relearning. And this World Economic Forum report, and there was another report from McKinsey that they talked about the future skills or what new skills would be required, and people will have to be reskilled. And they talk about cognitive skills as one, technological skills as the other one, and then set of emotional skills, that was the third bucket. And they're talking about critical thinking and decision making, leadership in managing others, advanced data analytics and mathematical skills, project management, adaptability and continuous learning, complex information processing and interpretation, advanced IT skills in programming, technology design, engineering and maintenance, quantitative and statistical research, basic digital skills, and entrepreneurship and initiative thinking. I don't know why this is coming at the end. Probably entrepreneurship is something which should come on the top.
Absolutely.
In a country, we have all started a lot of initiatives in this regard of whether startup, etc. And I'm very happy, IIT Dharwad, Professor Mahadev, showed what they're doing on entrepreneurship and some of these new skills like design thinking, etc. So this is absolutely one that we'll have to really think about. So coming to Trish, I'd like to really read a wonderful tweet that I read from Mr. Harsh Goenka, and I'll just read it out to you.
Sure.
So this is a letter to Mr. Harsh Goenka, who's chairman of RPG Group in India. And one of our employees' wife has written this letter to him. He said, "Dear sir, I am wife of your employee Manoj. This is humble appeal to allow him to work from office now. He is doubly vaccinated and will maintain all COVID protocols. If work from home continues for some more time, our marriage will definitely not work anymore. He drinks coffee 10 times a day, sits in different rooms and leaves them in a mess, constantly asks for food. I have even seen him fall asleep during work calls. I already have 2 children to look after, seeking your support to get my sanity back." And he says, "I don't know how to respond to this." So this is a wonderful thing that, Trish, how do you think, the work from home has impacted people physically and psychologically? And what companies have done, or your company has done, or what they can do about handling this very sensitive aspect of life? We can all, smile about it, laugh about, the tweet, but ultimately at the back of it, this is a very serious issue that we all have to really think about. So what are your views on this, Trish?
Yeah, no, thank you. That was indeed a funny tweet, but I agree with you. It's a very serious situation, right? So when COVID started last year, there was a survey done in the early days of the pandemic where it reported negative effects such as isolation, burnout, and a general decrease on physical activity and an increase of food intake, which I kind of went through as well. But in general, as employees, this causes poor work-life balance, lack of motivation, and decrease in productivity. So companies are concerned with the physical and the mental welfare of employees, but I'll give you some examples of what we've done at NASDAQ. Number one is we needed to enable our employees to create a proper virtual workplace to put a line between work hours and personal hours. So we've invested in collaborations tools such as Office 365 and Microsoft Teams, which really helped us to do our jobs in spite of the distance. But aside from the digital workplace, we also provided stipends to employees so that they can build a proper workspace at home for better ergonomics to help limit distractions. From the pandemic as well, there's been an increase in reports of back pains and wrist pains as well, which is really coming from a fact of we don't really have the best ergonomics at home because the home was made to build as a house, not as an office, right? Aside from that, to address work-life balance, we wanted to make sure that there's a good balance between engagement and time away from work. So at the start of the pandemic, people were concerned about employee engagement. And a lot of companies have been doing a lot of events to help engage people. But at a certain point, HR realized that, hey, this is too much. Maybe to increase the engagement of our employees, we need to step back a little bit and give them time back. So from an engagement perspective, NASDAQ has pushed out interest clubs and created events to increase team building and interaction. But on the flip side, we've also placed flexible work arrangement and mental health days to give time back to our employees. And given the pandemic, in general, people actually work longer hours as well. So at the end of the day, giving people time back is actually better because slowing down actually makes us go faster as an organization rather than forcing people to speed up, causing burnout. And lastly, and it was kind of described very nicely earlier, was proper communication lines. So anxiety is often driven by the unknown. In NASDAQ, we made sure that we frequently update employees of what's coming next and to reiterate existing policies around COVID and work from home protocols, but at the same time, let them know what changes there are going to be and make sure that we do this in a very quick manner. right? Because typically the problems of this week would be very different from the problems of next week. And outside of NASDAQ, I also see really good practices. So for instance, Johnson & Johnson actually provides allowances to employees for them to buy their own home physical fitness equipment. So I have a friend who literally bought a treadmill from that allowance, and that helped her kind of keep up her physicality. So in Microsoft, there was also a huge culture reiteration around respect of people's time. So in spite of, like, even if you have the best events, the best policies, if there is still that expectation for people to reply at odd hours of the day, it will be counterintuitive, right? So we have to make sure that people are ready for that change, right? So that the investments that we are putting forward would not be useless. So that was really helpful. So at the end of the day, adjusting to remote work is a journey and not a destination. So in spite of us having a rough start in the beginning of the pandemic last year, we've also been seeing people who have had more time for family, which is great. We've also seen less physical fatigue due to commutes. Personally, when I needed to go to the office, it would literally take me 2 hours one way. And I'm sure that I'm not alone there. And I'm sure the situation in Manila may be a bit similar with the situation in India when it comes to traffic. So, and that plus, I remember someone mentioning earlier that there is that job transformation. So my role, for instance, my role right now, instead of me just focusing on recruitment in Manila, because of digital transformation, I'm now able to create global recruiting strategies because location is literally not a problem anymore because of how technology is enabling us to move forward. So we're making really good progress so far, but I think there's still ways to go because some of the problems are still there and that still needs to be addressed. But again, it's a journey, not a destination. So yeah.
Right. Good, Trish. I think that is a good summary. Naveen, coming to you, for all of this, we need the right leadership. So the leadership plays a very important role in taking the organization through these challenging times. So what is your experience in leadership showing resilience, and how do you prepare next crop of leaders to deal with such situations in future? This is also equally important that how we have handled this, we learn some lessons from this and prepare our next crop of leaders. So Naveen.
Yeah, so coming to leadership, obviously this is something which is very important to any organization because leaders are, I would say, success to organization performance, and a lot of people look up to the leaders, right? And that's the reason they play a critical role, and they need to be coached and trained, right? Not everyone is a born leader or does a good job. So it becomes very important that, as at the top line, leadership first, right? They are basically handholding their, the CXOs and the next level below them, coaching them in terms of how to handle such situation and looking at, the entire business holistically, right? And not neglecting any one important factor, be it employees or customers or investors, ensuring that they are keeping everyone happy and whatever decision they're taking are, for the future benefit of everyone, right? Keeping everyone happy, right? We cannot neglect anyone, otherwise it impacts your business and get disrupted. So definitely, not just pandemic, but business has been getting impacted due to technological disruption happening in the industry, right? So they were already going through that particular phase, and top of that, we had the pandemic that came in, right? So earlier it was technology that was getting disrupted, but now people are not able to go out of the home, right? So they were in complete lockdown. So that brought in a slightly different element which had to be taken care of, for the leadership, right? And what currently people are investing is, in terms of business continuity planning, having a dedicated crisis management team, which will look into different processes, different aspects to ensure that whenever they're hit by any particular pandemic in future, they are in a better position to manage all this, right? And the other wonderful thing that people are doing is they're talking about creating centers of excellence within their organization, right? Instead of having them work in silos, building a center of excellence, building a capability, ensuring that there is no dependency on a particular workforce, right? Where you have multiple people who are able to contribute, and there's a particular model which is called fluid workforce, right? So that is basically opening up certain certain of your tasks to the entire organization, right? The people who are having that capability can contribute. So you don't necessarily have to depend on a particular a person, right? The moment you have something, you just put it up in the organizational list. If I'm having that capability or interested to put in that couple of hours and support, I'll be able to go and do that. So that's something which is increasing more and more. More and more collaboration is having, it's taking place within an organization, and there are more and more tools which are being enabled, right? So that's going to help the leadership to ensure that they're able to look at what's happening in the organization. There are a lot of HR analytics that we talk about, right? That talks about how people are performing, in terms of their mental health or in terms of engagement, in terms of their productivity. So I think these are the things which are enabling leadership to take the right decision at the right time. So I think it is going to be more and more convenient for leadership to ensure that you are top of the important things. Over to you, Jimmy.
Yeah, absolutely. I think these are the traits of leadership, and creating those centers of excellence would definitely be a good way to create the future leaders, future crop of leaders. So Ramana, coming to you, you said, what is your strategy when it comes to acquiring, developing, and deploying digital talents? Through all of this, digital has become a big word. So what are the different options explored to address digital capability gaps?
So in the outset, I would say that, in the supply chain perspective, let us first let us see the assessment of the digital talent, how much it is required, where it is required, and how best we can do it. See, whereas the replication of the digital talent across the supply chain, that also we need to assess before going to the for a strategy. So definitely in an industry like maybe a process or the continuous industry, always reskilling and upskill makes the vital role in terms of getting into the acquaintance with the new technology or digital platforms. Maybe a digital platform, maybe a AI, machine learning, or it is something like a unsupervised learning also. But it requires reskilling and upskilling is only one of the biggest factor which influence the supply chain in terms of getting the people on board to cope up with the new technology or new digital formation. When we go in terms of supply chain, see, definitely adding the people to the supply definitely sees that business, it is something like a negative side. So those contexts, there will be a challenge for the supply chain, HR, ER to get the reskill and upskill with the existing talent to manage with the digital changes only. So that will give us the cost benefit. And the second one is retaining the talent. And you will get the low-cost manpower. That three things will plays a role in terms of reskilling and upskill, and which we see that reskilling and upskill is one of the biggest strategy we implement at the supply chains.
Right. Thanks, Ramana. Aditya, this is not a plug and play. That till yesterday you were managing in a certain way, and then tomorrow, you just change your way of thinking, way of managing, way of addressing people. So there is a huge amount of change management, which is involved in this. So how can effective change management reduce the delivery risks of all these transformations, changing business models, dealing with people, and making them sustainable? What do you do? What can you do? What have you done?
Great. This is one important aspect as when we undergo these things. So firstly, what would be the effects of change which is being mismanaged? Like, we will start having lesser productivity, and there will be a negative word of mouth going around the organization, and there will be loss of valued employees, so-called your high pods. You'll start losing them, and all the resources or the systems or the processes will not be used to its maximum, whatever has to be used. So these are kind of effects of a change which has been mismanaged. So when you see a person, an executive or an employee, he has to come out of a comfort zone firstly. So once he comes out of the comfort zone, he jumps into a fear zone. Like, will I be able to survive? And once he's out of the fear zone, he'll start learning how to cope up with this change. And then he'll start mastering the change, or he'll start growing in that phase. So when you study an employee, he goes through kind of a curve from the starting of a change to actually implementing the change. So when you initially start a change, he's so enthused and he's so eager to start following the particular change. Then he starts little deceived, or it's kind of fear starts building up in him. So that's where the management has to start pitching in. Through this curve, there is one when he's enthused during the start of the curve, and during the journey of this change, he actually dips in immersion, and then he again picks up once he gets the confidence. Now the management's role is very important at this point of time. Initially, when it is more of information and kind of explaining the actual change and event, or what are we trying to do. And slowly we'll have to transition ourselves to respecting his views or her views. There will be a private resistance, so we'll have to individually address them, understand them and sympathize them, and then slowly coach them to what we actually need. And we have to set an example or show models as how it works, and then finally reinforce them saying that, see, this is how it works and this is what we intend to do. So initially you create an awareness, then you instill a kind of interest from the executive, and then you build a desire for him to, yes, I have to do it. That's part where management comes into play. Like whatever examples I had quoted, we have already always had this journey going through. And picking cue from what Naveen had also said earlier, the change management team, we always have a change management committee set up in an organization. As and when such changes, may it be cultural or process or technology, whatever change that interrupts our industry or interrupts our regular day-to-day working, we have this team in place. We study the emotion of the executives in the form of surveys, in the form of informal discussions, in the form of focus group discussions. We understand the emotion of the company or the organization, and then we slip our shoes differently. We wear different hats at a different point of time and ensure that the change is actually kind of smoothly or seamlessly transition. So these are my thoughts on this.
Yeah, wonderful, Aditya. So I am, in the interest of time, on my last question, and for this, I would like, each of you to just give me 1, 2, 3 areas where you would have brought innovation, or you think innovation can be done. So this pace of innovation last few years has been completely mind-blowing, and it can truly leave your hands spinning. And the kind of advances that you have done in automation, AI, and other digital transformation technologies. So what do you envision will be some of the biggest disruption we'll see in the next 1 to 3 to 5 years with respect to business models? So maybe 1, 2, 3 areas that each of you can give. Maybe we can start with Trish, your views.
Sure. All right, sure. I'll probably give one to give time for everybody else. But I think with digital transformation, right, there's going to be a lot of focus on people, right, and representation. So we see this right now. There is a huge focus on diversity and inclusion, because if you're with a company that takes a customer first approach, you need to be able to understand the unique challenges of people, your customers, right? So it's very important for us to have that good representation from the inside so that we can translate that in our products and services.
Yeah, sure. Raman, you have...
Sir, I'll definitely, I'll give a small example, sir. So if you see this, maybe a couple of years, before maybe 1980s or 17, and when somebody want a dress, he has to go to a tailor, right? He has to go to a tailor and give the measurement and get the cloth ready. If you see a coming Adidas Speed Factory, that is one of the maybe a coming radical disruption in this fashion garments. So they have made such a factory, so the person can give the measurement from his home and he can get delivered with the complete AI-based application. That may be a biggest disruption going to come in terms of fashion technology, sir. That was the biggest thing I'm seeing it. And the second one, I'm looking at something like, maybe I don't know how much it's going to materialize, but drone delivery will be one of the biggest thing will come into play a vital role. Almost some companies have worked out and they are doing it. Even if you see small WhatsApp ads also in China. So they're delivering vaccines through this drone delivery. So that may be a second disruption will come into the next couple of years. That was my thought process on this.
Yeah, wonderful. Naveen?
Yeah, so looking at the current scenario, a lot of employees are comfortable working at home. So not everyone wants to move back to office, and candidates are in the center of the market right now, right? So it's a candidate market. So a lot of people are opting for remote working, right? So I think that's going to change. We're going to have more tools and platforms that are going to come up in the industry to help measure utilization, productivity of a person sitting at home. A lot of things moving towards cloud. A lot of platforms that will be enabled to ensure that employees are able to work, and then there will be a lot of growth in the tier 2, tier 3 cities, which are not happening. So which is again going to be an advantage for some of the companies, industries, because they'll be able to tap into those people in the market. Cybersecurity is going to be another key area of improvement, because that's where there will be a lot of people who will be taking this as an opportunity to maybe make a faster buck, right? So we'll have to see how cybersecurity can stop all that. I think that's going to be key in the coming years.
Correct. So Aditya, maybe you can talk about something related to your industry, the mobility solutions area. What do you think is going to come?
As I said earlier, we are no more going to sell vehicles. We are going to sell the entire solution. That's one of the biggest disruption. For example, a person who's buying a vehicle is going to spend around 20 to 30 lakhs on a truck, and he's going to spend a rest of maybe 1 crore, if I say, rest of the money in maintaining the truck. How can an organization tap into that potential market and get everything into their business is one thing which is going to disrupt, where a particular person or an organization or a business is going to be there for the entire journey of a particular customer. So that is the way business are going to get transformed, is what I feel, and that's going to definitely disrupt. There are going to be many players here, and gone are the days we are going to talk about internal combustion engines for mechanical students out here. So we are kind of migrating towards electric vehicles, and any battery manufacturer can become a vehicle manufacturer. So to disrupt the complete commercial vehicle aspect, it will definitely take a little time to come to truck segment, but buses, we are already there. So we are there already up to the buses segment, where it's all run by electric. Most of even government buses of late are run by the electric buses. So electric is one thing which is going to electrify people out here, especially this industry for sure. And data for sure, as Naveen, picking up from Naveen, data is going to be the new oil. And a lot of our strategies are going to revolve around data and analytics. So that's
so good. Thank you, Aditya. I think it has for sure electrified all of us, and I'm sure we have had a wonderful discussion over the last 1 hour, touching different aspects of the changes, the challenges, the opportunities which are in the industry, for the industry after the pandemic. So now I open the floor for questions. So anybody who has a question can raise a hand and open the camera and mic, and please ask the question.
He's telling something. Are you hearing?
Yes, Swagat.
So we have got some questions. Hello.
Yes. So you can ask the questions, please.
Yeah, we have already collected some questions from the students. So the one question was, the online mode of learning in the current situation has hampered hands-on learning. This has shown a significant challenge for talent acquisition teams. Is this shown a significant challenge in talent acquisition teams? If so, how has this changed the onboarding process for incoming talent pool in the industry? This is one of the questions that a student has asked.
I think we have enough HR people out here. Trish, you want to take this?
Sure. So I think if we look at it from a hiring standpoint, there's really not a lot of changes. When campus recruiters look at students, we don't only look at grades, right? We look at how someone have adapted with whatever situation they're in. We look at leadership potential and their proactiveness to expand from what they came in to study beyond that as well. So from a recruitment process, no huge changes there. Who we are looking for is still pretty much the same. When we talk about actual recruitment, then of course it's going to change a little bit. We don't have a lot of physical events anymore. So a lot of the opportunities would then be marketed from a digital standpoint now. And if we talk about onboarding, especially if you're looking into coming into a tech organization, everyone is pretty much used to coaching and mentoring others online or over video. So the main difference from my experience is that the laptop will just be shipped to your home, and all of the other things around mentorship and coaching as you kind of start your journey is still going to be pretty much the same.
Good. Thanks, Krish. Bhagit?
Yeah. So there was one more question. This is regarding the pandemic situation. So the pandemic situation has resided in many parts of the world, but still active in some parts. this has created different challenges for teams from different parts of the world. How are HR managers tackling these local issues while collaborating a team in national or global front? This was one question asked.
So, Naveen, would you like to take this?
Yeah. So in fact, collaboration on these particular platforms like Zoom and others have actually narrowed down the boundaries, right? And in fact, because of these, people are able to talk about the local challenges and see how they can get help from the other counterparts globally, right? So there's no more, challenges limited to a particular location, right? So people are already have their backup plans. For example, the organization like Accenture have had worked for 10 years. So they had very strong business continuity plan, right? The moment something goes on in one particular country or other countries. So they have multiple levels, right? Same city, same state, same nation and international. So I think that has already been in top of a lot of other industries, a lot of large organizations, which has narrowed down those boundaries, and people that are willing to help and understand the local challenges. And the crisis management team also figures out, how they can mitigate the risk, what are the different alternate solutions or options that are available. And especially in the IT industry, I think it is even more booming than what it was pre-pandemic. So that's the kind of situation we are in right now, fighting for talent, trying to get people on board. There are a lot of declines that we are seeing currently. So I think it's hardly issue with the IT industry especially.
Yeah, it's not only IT industry. Actually, I have our experiences with all other industry which are dealing with multi-border kind of situation. I see a betterment. Actually, I see an improvement. There is no travel time. There's no you don't have to wait if you have a meeting in US or Europe or Indonesia, Malaysia. So to travel to Japan or so, nothing. We can just open our this thing and we can whatever used to take 5 days can now be done in a few hours. So that has actually expedited things. Of course, the time management, in terms of how do you manage, sometimes if I have to call US, so it is late night or those kind of adjustments have to be done. But otherwise, I think this has worked well. In my view, this has worked better.
Yeah, just to add on to Jogendra, people were earlier resistant to change, right? So now people know that it can be done. Mentally, people are saying that probably it's better to travel and then meet people face to face. But I think that's what pandemic has taught us, is that things can be done remotely and wonderfully without impacting the outcome.
Yeah, I'll tell you something very interesting. The data in I think this was somewhere in September 2020, and there was a statistics of valuation of Zoom versus valuation of 5 or 6 of the top American airlines. So 6 top American airlines combined had a valuation of 165 billion, and Zoom had the 165 billion valuation. So just see what this can do. So it has really brought people together. It is going to impact the travel industry going forward also. I feel that people will not need to travel for anything and everything unless there is a real need of a physical meeting or where you think I have to sign a contract or negotiate a contract. Probably I'll not negotiate on Zoom. I'd rather go negotiate one-on-one. That in those situations it will work better. But on repetitive things, on performance related things, I think travel will get impacted even going ahead in future. Yes, Swagat.
Thank you, sir. So the last question from the students is the post-pandemic environment acting as an accelerator for implementation of Industrial 4.0? This is one question from the students.
So Aditya, you would like to take this?
Yeah. Yes, Industry 4.0 as such, yes, definitely I would agree with this. The post-pandemic situation, not to a greater extent, at least to an extent where people are a little comfortable with the technology per se. So when we talk about Industry 4.0, we've also migrated our factories to smart factories, which are two basic pillars, right? The supply chain optimization through technology and the process optimization through technology. So now it's a reality these days. Earlier, in a factory, if you see, there is a blue collar workforce and a white collar workforce. White collar predominantly are the executives or the managers who manage, and the blue collar are the workers. So it was a little difficult to sell an idea to the blue collar workforce and get them over the board and run the factory. Now, after this pandemic, people have realized that they can control anything from anywhere. If a machine breakdowns in our factory at Hosur, the top management in Chennai gets to know and they immediately press the panic button, sitting 500, 400 kilometers away from the factory site. So it has made everything possible. And if there is a supply chain bottleneck somewhere in Kolhapur in Maharashtra, we can immediately change our lines here in Chennai or somewhere in Pantnagar in Uttarakhand, so that things are kind of seamlessly moving. Definitely, pandemic has helped us accelerate smart factory initiatives.
And Swagat, now we have actually moved from industry 4.0 to 5.0 also.
5.0 also, exactly.
Yeah. So today, we are talking about 5.0, and what we're talking about is man and machine, being interconnected. So that's primarily, you're doing a lot of customization, personalization. So when man and machine, so machine is working for man, so to say. That's industry 5.0. So now we are actually going from 4.0 to 5.0 now.
Yeah, just to give an example of acceleration, as we used to have the physical access card that people used to use to swipe, right? So they're working on technologies how it will recognize your face, right, and it will give you access. So you don't have to really swipe in with your machines, right? And it is also coming with the technology where it will read your face and it will tell you whether you are happy, not happy. Yes. Right? So they're talking, even getting to that stage. So I'm saying it's advancing quite fast, and people are going to be looking at a lot of data and able to predict, how a person is going to behave or perform in a particular role. And technology is already there at the time of hiring, right? When you're hiring people, there's a lot of analytics or a lot of psychometrics that are involved to ensure that you're hiring the right people. I think it's just going to accelerate further.
So wonderful. This is what Ramana also talked about. I'll give another example, a wonderful example of technology working for man in the medicine field, where last year we were talking with some very high-profile doctors of Mayo Hospital in US, and they were talking about customizing the medicine based on the gut of an individual. So, which means basically an individual's gut would be studied and medicine would be customized to that effect. So this is machines working for, or processes working for people. So to that extent, this is going to happen. Absolutely.
That adding to that, when we used to buy these readers for the attendance also, now we are asking for the AI-based readers instead of algorithm-based readers. That was the maturity maybe coming to when the process into the supply chain also. That was one thing. As rightly said, sir, the machine learning maybe will take a different turn into the unsupervised machine learning 5.0. So that vital role in terms of handling these kind of future situations.
Right. Wonderful. Swagat, do you have any more questions?
Thank you, sir. That was a question from the student side, sir. So I think Rishika, I request Rishika to conclude the session from.
Yes. So I think wonderful. We have been dot on time. I think we have not. I have not seen something which has worked with the clock. So Rishika, to you. You have 1 minute. Maybe.
That was indeed a very insightful discussion.
Can you put your speaker a little closer to you, mic closer to you?
Yeah, is it better, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. So that was indeed a very insightful discussion. I'm sure that after this discussion, students, a lot of doubts have been clarified, and that has given them a new perspective as well. So I would like to thank the moderator, Mr. Jogendra Singh, followed by our panelists, Mr. Surema, Mr. Naveen Patel, Mr. Ramana Bhogi, and Mr. Aditya Venkataraman. So we shall now be taking a short break. We'll be resuming again with the panel 2 discussion at 4:45 p.m. Yeah,
thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much, IIT Dharwad.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Yeah, sir, we are just sending in breakout room for an informal session back door so that we can have a small discussion before concluding.
Sure. Okay.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, to the second panel discussion of the HR Conclave. So we'll start off with the introduction of the panelists for the second session. So I'll start off with the Ms. Shubna Ramla. So she is the HR head India Corporations at Incorporated. She has over 10 plus years of experience in HR strategy, operations, compensation, and employee relations. She started her career in BPO industry and is currently working as an HR professional in various capacities for more than a decade in MNCs and startups. She's experienced in setting up greenfield operations for HR, including but not limited to talent management, compensation, policy and procedures, performance management, etc. She's an alumnus of the International School of Management and Excellence at Bangalore. The next panelist is Preeti Rai. So she's the Senior Executive Human Resources at ODIO with experience in recruitment and selection, learning and development, performance management, employee relations, and strategic HR management. Previously, she was the Human Resource Executive at Hulk and Human Resource Administrator at Trine Technologies. She has an MBA in Human Resources Development from the Integral University Lucknow. The next panelist is Mr. Jogendra Singh. So he's the President Finance for Hero Corporate Service Private Limited and is responsible for the finance operations of the Hero Enterprise, which includes companies engaged in manufacturing, real estate, service industry, education institute, and insurance broking operations. He's also on board of several companies in Hero Enterprise. He has been a various industry veteran for over 30 years and has taken a keen interest in interacting with students of various universities and institutes in India and abroad. He was awarded with one of the top 20 CFOs at the CFO Leadership Summit 2018, New Delhi, and featured in CFO Powerlist 2019 and CFO Powerlist 2020. He was awarded with the honorary doctorate, the Doctor of Excellence in the field of financial management by the University of Entrepreneurship and Technology, UET, USA, in Jan 2019. The next panelist is Mr. Arish Bhatia. He's the founder of Astrologic, a service that bridges the digital gap between a certified astrologer and an advice seeker. He's also a consultant at study.com and a human capital consultant of the DE Shaw Group. He is the lead hiring operations at Turing.com. Turing was recently featured in America's Best Startup Employers by Forbes 2021 and listed among the top 10 most innovative workplace companies of 2021. He has completed a Bachelor's of Business Administration Honours in Marketing and HR from Christ University, Bangalore. He has many publications, including a research article on the topic advisories, experimenting with the rational psyche of the consumers in the International Journal of Management and Commerce Innovations. The next panelist is Devesh Devakar. He is currently the lead in talent management and human resource operations at Force Motors. His previous work experience includes Deputy Manager HR at Schindler Private Limited, Team Leader at Kelly Engineering Resources, Key Account Manager at Quadrangle, and Research Analyst at Mafoy Global Search Services. He's an alumnus of XLRI Jamshedpur. The next panelist is Ramani Venkat. He is the founder of Recession Busters, an internet-based global e-commerce project based on the home-based business model. He's headed the South India region as a sales manager at Hitachi Data Systems. He was the country manager at Sanat Technologies, where he headed the sales and marketing for storage solutions to a channel sales module. He's currently mentoring 7 startups and is also associated with 150 plus business schools through unique gamification-based workshops. He has completed his Bachelor's of Engineering from NIT Skillshare and his Master's from Jamnalal Bajaj Institute of Management Studies. Mr. Ramani Venkat will be the moderator for this panel discussion, and request him to start the panel discussion. Sir, you are on mute.
Thank you for the kind words, and special thanks to IIT Dharwad for giving me this opportunity. Special thanks to Mahadev sir and Professor Naveen as well. Before I start, let me make a small confession. I'm a hardcore sales guy. First time I'm actually part of a HR panel, and I come from an era where sales was, bosses used to always say, अपने ऑफिस में धंधा नहीं होता है, निकल जाओ, go to the customer's place. And today it's a time has come where the customer and probably the sales people meet at a place called zoom.com or the Google Meets of the world. And one more thing which I want to start this session before is, I hope all of us on a Sunday evening have taken permission from the spouses to make sure that we are there here. Okay, because we are all supposed to be working from home. Okay, quote unquote. Okay, so that's the magic. I mean, one thing which probably I would like to share is kudos to the academicians. Lot of times examples were thrown after by saying that probably academicians are probably the last ones to embrace change. But being associated with a lot of business schools and a lot of colleges, one thing I noticed is by March 2020, most of the colleges had got some kind of an online way to reach out to students, whether it was WhatsApp, whether it was Google Meets, whether it was YouTube videos, but they did find a way. So, probably necessity is the mother of invention. Jab zarurat padta hai, to people will find out a way to go forward. So before we start this panel discussion, I also want to say that learning is always a process. There is never a full stop to it. Lot of gyan in the first session handled by Joginder sir. Trust me, sir. I said this twice. I'm going to repeat it in front of the larger audience. Amazing screenplay. The way the questions were taken from the flow of thought, it kind of embraced and answered most of the questions that people wanted to know. I mean, there was no scope for probably any questions. It was like the army thing. Koi shak hai hi nahi hai to shak kahan se hoga? That kind of expression that came to me. In fact, all the questions got answered in the flow of thought itself. So let us start with this. Probably what I would be doing slightly different is everybody would be getting around 4 to 5 minutes, maximum 6 minutes. Probably I'll moderate the time as well. And everybody speak their thought process, the initial thought process on this topic. And then we started, I have a few questions which we pointed to particular participants for their thought process. And then in the end, as usual, after the 1 hour time, audience's questions open. I hope it's fine with everybody. So let's get started with the lady first. Shivra ma'am, ladies first, so can you take charge? Yeah.
Ramani, thank you for that. I was doubtful that the first chance would go to Jogendra sir, and I would not have anything to say post that. So thank you for choosing me first. I would like to say thank you to having me here today. It's always a pleasure to share what we know among students, and then there is always learning. We always take back something home. So thank you for having me here today. Coming to the topic, how digitalization has revolutionized workspace, work from home. I would say, the push or the need for digitalization was always there. We have been hearing these terms, automation, AI, machine learning, for quite some time now. But then it was mostly these MNCs or bigger companies who were evolving faster. Due to pandemic, I think it hasn't become an option now. It is a necessity for all companies to pick up the space. Let it be, small, medium-sized organization, for everybody, digitalization is unavoidable. My thoughts, let's look at our lives. It has changed drastically. Now you don't have to go to a doctor, go to a hospital for an appointment. You don't have to go to a bank to open an account. Wellness for that matter, you can do your daily cardio sitting at home through online sessions. This is huge change, even, when you walk on the street to a chai wala or a samosa wala, he actually takes digital payments. So this has changed, and I think it has changed for good. Now, if businesses have to grow, if they have to be agile, if they have to be quick, if they have to be stronger, digitalization is required. Coming to HR, in companies, so I work in a very niche gaming company. So we had adapted to the new recruitment models quite some time back. But then I see a lot of change in the traditional companies. They are, earlier it was only a Naukri or Monster who would give you your set of profiles. You will have your recruiter sitting and screen those profiles and give you an output. But now that is changing. We are moving to video interviews. We are moving to social media hiring. Here, social media hiring, when I talk about, there's so much, people, you really can't force anything what is there on LinkedIn, right? And plus point for recruiters is, for HRs is, they can understand a little bit of personality of the person, which you would not ideally get if you see only the resume. So if we happen to see their social media profile, it gives you, an added advantage. So these things are changing. We never thought, we would all work from home. I still remember during my early days of career, I used to be hesitant to ask my manager if I can take a one day work from home, which is not there now. So all these things are changing, but definitely when things change, there is going to be, positive and negatives around it. Let's first talk about positives. So for employees, if you see, or for candidates, the only problem is there is no start time and end time. So that's actually a disadvantage. So if you talk about positiveness, you do not end up spending time on road anymore. If you're in Bangalore, you would understand. I used to commute to work, which would take at least 2 hours of my time, which is not there anymore. I can put that time into something constructive, sitting at home, and then these few things just add value, and you would save money there. That's also there. If you talk about disadvantages, as there is no start and end time, people might end up working longer hours. You might say yes to all the all the projects that come your way just because you're working from home. There is very less of team collaboration that happens, which would affect the mental well-being of employees. So all these are disadvantages. And if you look at the employer side, advantages, obviously they're saving a lot of money on space, the office space. They have the option of hiring people anywhere, because nowadays I do not give offer with a job location. I give an offer saying that it is remote work. So we have that option now, and we have the option of negotiating with candidates on their compensation because it's going to be remote work. Challenges would be, there would be businesses which might require these people back office. but then people are so used to this style, work style, that getting them back is going to be a challenge for the HR. Performance review is going to be a challenge. Assessing them, how do we rate them? That's all going to be challenges. So, all the plus points, the flip side, negatives. But then, any change, I would say, comes with positives and negatives, right? So it's basically up to the employee and the employer to come up from the negatives and change that to positives to our advantage. I think these are my few thoughts.
In fact, thanks so much. In fact, nice. You just brought you rose the curtain in a nice manner. A couple of good pointers. A COVID-stricken work from home option could be a negotiation tool. I realize that ladies are fantastic bargainers. You can't negotiate with them. Okay, so even on the flip side, they use it in a much dancing. And then you spoke about resumes part. But probably towards the end, I will probably ask you a pointed question, which is the impact of video resume. I think that would excite the students of any students, whether video resumes are as impactful. Has the industry accepted it, or is it still in the baby infant stage? So that's something which I want to wonder about it. Joginder sir, you want to add something? I mean, you unmuted yourself. Okay, and talking about inviting the lady first, the hero of the play actually comes in the entry grand bana ke dunga. Okay, that's okay. Yeah, so let's get on to the next gentleman there. Arshji, can you take up your initial points? Can you put forward your initial points, please?
Sure, thank you, Venkat, and also a very good evening to everyone. I know it's a Sunday evening, and it's one of those times where we recharge ourselves after the entire week. And really, I appreciate that everyone has taken time and come for this discussion. The entire intent is to maybe create some value here, where we could take something back and maybe use it in our own work ethic, or maybe help someone with it. So yeah, so when I think about this concept of work-life balance, I actually don't believe in this concept of work-life balance. I feel your work is a part of your life. It's not a separate thing. However, I feel that this concept is very individualistic and subject to individual preferences and external circumstances, like in what kind of an organization you work, what are the demands, and how is it that you like working. Do you like being social with people, or do you like working as an individual contributor? So it's very individualistic, and because of this, it's even difficult to look at this from a macro perspective. So let me talk about this from a very individual perspective here. When I talk about work from home, few advantages of working from home could be, saving time on commute. There's lesser fatigue. You can use that time as an opportunity to do something more when you're at home, maybe your home chores, or maybe a hobby that you can pursue. And also, someone like, the other day, I have a child raising in my house, and I see the amount of attention that is required for that child. And I think, I seldom think that, how do working women, handle such situations, or maybe sometimes they have to leave work and maybe take care of their child, or men, even men for that matter, professionals who have to, maybe leave work to take care of their child. Maybe work from home is a great solution for this. Maybe it would really help them, pay attention to their kid, and at the same time, do justice to their professional demands. So in a way, it has revolutionized in this manner as well. But apart from this, I feel that, definitely, subjectively, there's more comfort, there's more ease there. But then at the same time, I feel the advantages of working in an office space could be, working in an office gives your day a structure. Starting from and then leaving for office, coming back, maybe after you come back, the time that you give to your family, or maybe your personal agendas. I'm not saying that working at home does not facilitate that, but then working at office does make it easier to facilitate a structure in your life, apart from that, it definitely gives you a push in terms of being in a social environment, because we must remember that we are all social beings, and it's very important for us to maybe meet other humans, maybe at workplace, at friends, meet people from different walks of life, and see different faces. So yeah, so that's that. And I feel that in an office, there is an entire ambience created for you to focus and get your work done. There are relatively less distractions. There's more focus with what you can do. There is an ease in terms of an internal communication. If I ought to, maybe talk to my teammate, I maybe don't have to, call them, or, maybe have a meeting scheduled with them. I could just, go to their desk and have that conversation. And of course, one of the things that Shibna also mentioned about your work boundaries. So I'd like to talk about that, and also the aspect where the mental health part of things kicks in. I feel more than anything, I think this is that part which really has a great emphasis and significance in terms of the shift, in terms of this change, because every change, whenever there's a change, it does bring about, maybe it puts you out of your comfort zone a little. So setting boundaries with the closed office hours help you, deep refuel. Let's say, suppose, my work gets over at 9, and, I just leave my office, I go back home, and I'm out of office hours. And the rest of the time that I have at home, it gives me that time to recharge and refuel for the next day. So what it does is, when you change your atmosphere, when you leave your office and when you go home, it actually helps you change your aura. You change your external stimuli, you change your entire environmental setting. If you're feeling maybe, as your work demands increase, and, as you have to cater to so many things in your life, sometimes when you're really stressed and you're really anxious, when you're feeling anxious, a change in environment actually subconsciously helps you recharge yourself. It gives you a deep sense of stillness, and maybe that's one of the reasons why, we talk about, when the office hours are done, we must not tend to maybe our phones, our laptops, or anything else. The reason for that is because it subconsciously recharges us. It's not something that we're doing consciously. It's subconsciously we refresh ourselves, maybe put our energies and thoughts to maybe something else which will nourish us after our work hours. Or if suppose we've been really using our mental faculties at work, and we're really stimulated doing an activity, the moment we maybe shut that off, we learn to compartmentalize that time, the later time that helps us recharge, refuel us, it nourishes us. And one of the things, I was talking to one of the corporate lawyers. He's one of my cousins. He's a partner in a firm, and the way their work goes is it's extremely relentless in terms of the work demands, and they almost on an average work for 14 to 16 hours a day. And he told me that one of the biggest challenges he faced was a lack of boundary. There was no boundary at home, and at least earlier they could be in office and say that they're done with office hours and maybe we can continue the day later. But then that has drastically changed when you're at home, you're still at work. So what I've also seen is that, maybe what I've come to observe is that as your work gets more demanding, as your work gets more involving,
1 minute. 1 minute.
Yeah, as your work gets more demanding and as your work gets more involving, the deep refueling gets more and more trickier. I think it's more and more trickier to just go back and recharge yourself. And if you're living in the same environment post work, then I think you're just living in that same aura in the same baggage. So we seldom talk about changes regarding work from home, or the changes regarding working in an office setup or a hybrid setup. But I think the question that we need to ask ourselves is, we need to consider is that how many of us are actually ready for that change? How many of us are actually proactively working towards it? If suppose, we are working from home and our work is demanding, are we actually,
Arji, I'm sorry. I think I'll come back to you in a couple of minutes. Probably we need to make sure everybody is listening. Just to touch base upon a very important point with Arsh actually raised was from the individual perspective, and he spoke something on the subconscious perspective. Anything which we do repeatedly, it becomes a pattern. And once it becomes a pattern, it kind of becomes a habit. One of the classiest example is Sunday ko bhi, in the olden times, if you go to a particular this thing, you same time of the office if you leave. Sometimes we have driven our car to a particular area where towards our office road because the pattern was this time. Habits of, on a lighter note, habits of cigarette smoking also is probably because of a pattern. We started with exams or probably tapri may we have that cigarette, then it becomes a pattern. This means this means this means this. Talk about Pavlov's law. Ring that bell, give dog food. Ring the bell, give the dog food. Advertisers use this pattern mapping to a large extent of putting some surrogate advertisements of beer and all come with with due respects to all ladies with a glamorous skimpily clad lady, because they're conditioning your mind. This means this means this means this. So very, very valid point about working from home perspective. It does become a pattern that there is no difference between a house and this thing. So switching off becomes tougher. That's a very valid point. Before we come to our hero of the show, third participant, Divesh sir, are you there?
Yeah, very much. And due to some technical glitch, of course,
no problem, sir.
I can see you all, and I don't wanted to log off and log in again.
Absolutely fine.
So I will do it in a future. Let us.
Sir, your 5 minutes starts now, sir. If I show this, it means 1 minute to sum up.
I got your message.
Yes, sir. All yours.
Great. Thanks, everybody. A very good evening to Shubna, Venkat, Arsh, Jogender ji, and to all my engineers who is part of the discussion now. Of course, on the Sunday evening, we are in a habit of talking, but it's great that you are in a habit of listening right now. So it's really great thing to the students what I'm talking about. So, before I start, I'm basically from Pune, so, and it's a Ganpati festival season, which is going in Maharashtra. So, Ganpati Bappa Moria to everybody. May God, Lord Ganesha, bless us and your family to be a prosperous, healthy, and safe, to lead a safe life. So, coming back, of course, Arsh and Shibanaji has already touched base on certain aspects. I will not talk more about, how the revolutionizes have happened, the digitalization have happened. I'm sure you all have, everybody is aware of the current situation, that the digitalization is now the need of the hour. And we are here in this platform where, we are discussing it online with IIT Dharwad, panels sitting in different locations. It's due to digitalization. But there are certain things which, I love the basic. I really admire the basics part, which I would like to, point out here. So when you talk about the revolution, the day when I got a call from Dharwad College, can be a panel of this immense discussion point. So before that day, I was teaching my daughter, the 6th grade daughter, about the motions of Earth. And trust you me, it was just a coincidence that, I was teaching her motions of Earth. There are two types of motions. One is rotation and one is revolution. So Earth is rotating, and when rotation means what? The movement of Earth in its axis. And revolution means what? Revolution means, the movement of Earth around the sun in a fixed path. And when the Earth moves around sun for 365 days and 6 hours, to have a complete revolution. And when you go in a dictionary and find out the word of revolutionize, so what does it mean? It means that to completely change something, and so that it can be much better. So I just related this revolution definition of my 6th grade daughter's book, and and this revolutionize. So it remains same. So you have to see the change is happening. And of course, as everyone is aware of, we have changed. We were a child and grown up up to at this age, and we started our career from a normal office boy, where Rambaniji has clearly said that office mein kyun baithe ho, bahar jao. So, we all have started from there, and the life has changed. So it is changing, and it is changing in the fixed way. I'm emphasizing more into the fixed way. So the reason why the change has to happen, when you see, when we look into our childhood days, I'm talking about the baby boomers, Generation X, and the early millennials kind of a people. Of course, here I see Jogenderji and all of us, into this category. So where telephone, television, even a Bajaj scooter was a luxury, but somehow the change happened. To send a message in a postcard in my village, it used to take around, 5 to couple of weeks time to reach the message. Now it is less than a second. So due to the change in the system, the revolutionize which has happened, due to the support of the digitalization, it has been very easy for all of us to send and receive a message within a second's time. Of course, it is a boom for everyone, but at the same time, if we accept it in a fixed way. So a lot of people are talking about the balancing of a work-life balance. Of course, I agree that is there. But we all are professional. For 5 days, we have to work and we have to earn our hard money to support our family. So I just give you an example here. If you put up a rocket, I'm sure everybody knows about Diwali festival. So if you put up a rocket bomb, I'm talking about which goes into the sky, and if you put it in a right way, the right way is to put it in a bottle, upward direction, light it, and then it flows, it moves, zooms to the upward sky level, and then boom. So it is the right way, no disturbance at all. At the same time, if we just tilt the bottle and keep it in a slanting and sleeping way, imagine what will happen. I'm sure being a childhood, some of the people would have done this kind of a mischievous, where we have burned the sleeping rocket and it moved and it created the chaos. So same thing is with the digitalization. If you use it in a fixed way, if you use it in a disciplined way, you are really liking it. You will really have a great, achievement from those things. But yes, if you are burning a rocket in a sleeping way, the chaos will happen. So of course, that means that there should be a basic discipline in the life. I'm sure, the people in our age, we had certain kind of a discipline from starting from the home. We have to wake up early. You cannot be late at home. So that's where I'll say the digitalization has helped us in moving ahead in the life. Take the example of direct benefit tax. What Shivana has told, the chaiwala is taking, they are taking the digital payment. So that's the important thing which has come up across. At the same time, we have to understand that your weekends and your personal leaves have to be in your personal way. You have to be switched off from your digital mode. Take some time to be off from your digital mode. That's what I do it. When I say I was teaching my daughter, I at that time I was switched off from the digital mode. So that's where, and I always say that it's a circle of influence. Whatever I can do, it's in my hand. I will surely do it. Whatever is not in my hand, okay, leave it to the other people so that they can finish it fast. At the same time, of course, I have a time of hardly 30 seconds. So I will end up with the great example which Jogenderji has just given in the first session. Of course, I had that the tweet of Mr. Harsh Goenka. So Jogenderji, if you can allow me, I'll just take your thing on that, of course. So where, of course, the wife of a husband is writing that, "Dear sir, I am the wife of your employee Manoj. This is a humble appeal to allow him to work from office now. He is doubly vaccinated and will maintain all COVID protocols." Means wife is now annoyed to make him work from the office. I'm not reading all, of course, it is available on the tweets. But at the same time, what Mr. Hasgoenka is writing, replying, don't know how to respond to her. So it's up to us to how disciplined we can be to manage between the good digitalization, to take the advantage of the digitalization, or we want to be, be a prey of the digitalization and create a chaos in our personal life. So that's one to me. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Just a small pointer to Divesh ji and Harsh ji. आप दोनों ने you spoke from the behalf of the individual. But I think what we need to focus is on focusing like the HR manager and what you will do to make sure that the individual finds his own work-life balance. Probably that is a point of thought process which we need to inculcate, because at the end of the day, change will happen from me only. That everybody knows. but what is the HR doing to initiate that change? What is it that it is giving me an environment to probably, bring about that, accepting that change which probably happens? So that is something which we need to focus on. Let us shift the narrative from the I perspective to the HR perspective. I think that would be a lot of justice to the topic which we are given today.
Yeah.
Joginder sir, before you just speak, I just want to add a small pointer and I want you to throw your light on that topic because of your varied expertise. There are three pillars which I want to focus on. In fact, there is an age-old cliche problem-solving question which everybody knows. I'm just repeating the question, but I want to bring about a slight shift focus. Is it okay if I can share the screen because I have a particular... is it possible for me to share screen? Anybody? Is it possible? Is my screen being seen?
Why don't you just try? Let's see.
Is it being seen?
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
Yeah,
now it is visible.
Okay, all of you know this, right? You are driving a two-wheeler, a Lamborghini kind of a car. There are three people asking you for lift. Your best friend, your dream date, probably chances of your dream date, and there is an old man who's met with an accident. What will you do? All of you know this? Problem-solving example, cliche. Anybody can share the answer? Some of the students would be better if we can unmute and share. Any student? Any students want to share? Okay, the cliche answer is you give the car a chavi to your best friend and tell him to take the old man to the hospital so that you can walk the dream date home. This is a fantastic answer. I'm just bringing a totally different perspective. Is the three parameters which we are focusing on today. Replace you with business. Probably you can talk about the dream date to be profits and the HR being your best friend and the employees being the parameter. Are most of the companies willing to give the chavi of control to the HR to make the policies which are foolproof? Probably I would use the word neutral and probably taking care of the employees so that the business can focus on making the profit or maximizing the profits. So this is one way, the three stakeholders which I want to share. Stop sharing. Yeah, the three stakeholders from today's perspective, the employee, the HR perspective and the employee and the company perspective. So without losing the limelight of compromising or a trade-off on any one of this, how has the industry coped up? A pointed question only to you, sir, so that you can start with and then take this question.
Yes, absolutely. So first of all, thank you very much. And coming from Hero, I take your comment on coming to Hero. So I take it in the literal sense. Okay, so
unintended.
So it is wonderful. So you have done a wonderful setting of just getting the narrative right. You're saying you talk about business, you talk about employee, you talk about HR. So I start with business first, okay, because business comes first in that trail of things. So I'll not give the background. The background is very clear. Absolutely, you had to go to digital mode. There was no other way out. You had to use digital tools, whether it's video conferencing or whatever kind of video conferencing. And your processes had to be digitalized, whether it was the sales process or it was the procurement process or onboarding process or recruitment process. All these kind of processes, you started looking at it, and this was not something new that on day on 23rd of March or 25th or 24th of March you discovered. This was there. However, our acceptability of all those things, all those tools was very, very limited. And this is normally, what happens that we do it only when we are forced to do certain things, So we were forced to, it was imposed on us. So as far as the company is concerned, there was a question of survival, continuity of business. So that's absolutely digital connectivity was required. And what, other speakers also talked about, Samose Wala, accepting digital payment. This was, he had no other way out or he had no other way out. So therefore you had to provide opportunities to people to work remotely. You had to bring automation of tasks. You had to upskill people. You had to reskill people. You had to sell, on Zoom. And I gave an example, we were selling houses on Zoom. So this was something we never thought would be possible. But when it came to actually pushing people to do it, so we took about a month and we created all those kind of, digital models where we could really walk through with a model, and with those walkthrough models, I could really show it to the customers so that they can see what the house will look like, and they can really see this. So first of all, from company's point of view, from business point of view, we have to see what is right in front of you. So you resolve, as I said, so you resolve that whatever is there, I have to face it, right? You show resilience, and then try and see how we can return to whatever work is possible, and however early it is possible. So we gave opportunity to everybody, all the employees. So coming now to employee, as far as business is concerned, this is done. So we said, okay, you work remotely. So people started working remotely, and gave people a lot of flexibility also, right? And everybody, understood. I would go even to the extent of saying, we have not been wearing our trousers for months together. Okay. So with the ability to work from anywhere, remote people could take advantage of working from home and creating a flexible schedule to take care of work and personal, responsibilities. But with this flexibility, there was increased pressure also. And with the example of the tweet of Mr. Harsh Goenka, that was given, it was very clear that there was a lot of pressure which is coming not only on you, but also people around you. And when you have family around you and there is a pressure, and we have to understand at that point, and last year, there was a added pressure of health. And this will remain, going forward. So if I'm eating 10 times a day, or if I'm, taking 10 teas a day, it will play on my health. So there were a lot of complaints of people gaining weight, during this period. So health was one problem. And with the health, there was a psychological, issues that also came. That, FaceTime with the teammate that you were getting every day. So that was, problematic. Now coming to HR. Now HR, what has to do is they had to engage with people, keep them sane, do as much as possible engagement activities that they could do, give them work time, sometimes give them their free time to do yoga sessions or whatever, kind of, thing that you could do. So this is how we could do all of these. And this is not that these are all different things. This is, one is connected to the other. So therefore, this will all work in a continuum, and taking focus out from one will impact the other. So that's how I really would see.
Thanks for the nice sessions and opening sessions from everybody. Fantastic. But I have now pointed questions to a few people. Diveshji, my first question to you. You brought about this Ganpati ka fervor. So I will talk to you with an example similarly from the Pune ka Ganpati ka fervor. Yesterday was Ganesh Chaturthi, or day before yesterday was Ganesh Chaturthi. For the first time, I visited 11 mandals or mandaps, or whatever you can call, across India. I visited a mandap in Hyderabad, Dagdu Shet in Pune. I visited Lal Bagh Ganpati, and as well as the thing, which was never possible in the real world. But having said this, the digitalization can be a medium. Does it guarantee the devotion? Thinking from that perspective, digitalization can probably, Zoom can probably facilitate the meeting. But what about the human element, the emotional element? As HRs, aren't we focusing on EQ over IQ? So how do you think as an HR would you like to tackle this particular thought process?
Ramanji, I'll say that this is a really great point in today's era. And once the pandemic hit, post 23rd of March, it was more towards human activities which came into the picture. Of course, as rightly you said, digitalization came, and it was a need of an hour, which made the business floating. But at the end of the day, if you are seeing nowadays, people are now being called upon in the office for their physical presence. If I take about example of Force Motors, which is into the manufacturing of commercial vehicles, so we are calling, we have vaccinated most of our employees, okay, and we at least, the doses has been given for single doses, and around 80% employees has been given us complete vaccinated. So we have called upon them to work from office, because it's a manufacturing, and being a very old organizations, people are not very much relate themselves with the digitalization world. Of course, young generations are very much available there. Zoom calls and everything it's happening. But at the same time, when you talk about the manufacturing, the employees has to be there. Shop floor worker has to be there in the factory. So yes, visualization has facilitated, like what rightly you said, you could able to visit WSET and all the mandaks. But yes, the real kind of a visit is always important. And for that, the personal rapport with the employees, each employee has been treated very, humanely in our company, where we go and speak with the department head, the functional head, if anything has happened in his family. So, of course, at the end of the day, you cannot do most of the things, but at least giving a shoulder for them to, talk about and giving the ears to listen, that has helped. That has created a more bondage between the employees, among the employees. And of course, the HR upliftment has been happening. Earlier HR was only into the recruitment and other kind of HR activities process. Very less few HR were into the boardroom where they were taking a decision. But this was totally into the humane kind of a relations, which the HR has to take the lead. They have to come into the driver's seat, took the lead from the human perspective, and of course manage it. So that's my take.
Okay. So the H in HR has now become humane HR. Okay.
Actually.
Okay. I had this question for Priya ma'am, but I'll pose it to Shibna ji. Shibna ji, it's a twofold question. Question number one is, has from an IT ITS industry perspective, okay, let us restrict this to not to manufacturing, IT ITS, has performance increased because of work from home or digitalization? Okay, that's a pointed question. And how are you measuring any new parameters that you have changed to measure the the parametrics of performance?
Thanks, Raman. Productivity definitely has increased. It could be because they are able to invest some time for their personal life. So I see when I look at the numbers, probably if you look at the numbers in the industry as well, productivity is increasing, no doubt about that. What was the second question?
How are you measuring? Have you changed the parameters to measure productivity?
Yeah, so every organization needs to have a proper key performance indicators, or you need to have a strong OKR system in place. So assessing the performance definitely is going to be challenging, but then I'm sure that we'll get used to the thing. If we have proper systems in place, if we have proper mentoring, that would happen. So we as HRs rely mostly on the leads or the managers to run the show for the particular team. So they need to have a proper, robust reporting structure. We need to have a proper OKR system in place. So if they know, okay, this is our key parameter, this is where we have to excel. And nowadays we have system like Trello where you can put whatever your task is there online, and then the manager can see where the employee is standing. So these kind of tools has to be used. Then it's not going to be a Herculean task for the employee. So when you actually decide on the parameters in the different quarters, we should let them know what is the expectation and where they are standing. And if they need a helping hand because of digitalization, we need to get that online training started. That is what I see.
Okay, thank you. Harshji, आपके लिए question है. Harsh, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, yes.
The question is, you spoke about the employee sometimes getting burned out and the likes of it because of over exodus of not having a proper work-life balance. From a psychology perspective, because you spoke about subconscious mind and all, just wanted to are there any parameters which HR needs to monitor to identify is a particular employee going through a emotional or what do you call distress kind of a thing, not the eustress part, the distress part of it, and heading towards probably a burnout? Are there any parameters that HR should evaluate and understand or arrest the situation even before it happens?
Yes, there are certain parameters. I think one of your parameters is firstly, I think your performance appraisal in terms of, what's the difference in the productivity that there was earlier and there is now. Apart from that, I think the relationship between the reportee and the employer is very important in terms of understanding what's the mental psyche of, their employee and how are they doing. And I think the general meetup with the employees also helps understand, what's their mental makeup like, how was it, few months back, and how is it now, and apart from that, also I think certain variables like what kind of projects they are currently working on, what kind of are they taking initiative into moving into newer projects, are they looking towards growth in terms of maybe pushing for work. I think these are also small and slight parameters which would also account for a burnout or not, because sometimes when you see employees working on the same process for a while and maybe their productivity levels falling, there can be an understanding as to why that's happening, or there can be a conversation as to what is the determinant of that. So these things.
So, Professor Ramni, I'll just
Please,
add.
please.
Yeah. So in financial world, we call this we do it on the financial statements. We call it a stress test. Okay, and we try and see in a particular situation when things. If I take very hard assumptions, I try and mimic the real world and try to create that world which may happen. Then how would my financials would behave? Okay, I think a similar thing has to be done with the people. So what is very important is we keep doing that stress test with people. So the supervisor has to very constantly keep in touch with the team, and this is not done only if you have a daily team meet. So team meet is fine, but on one-on-one individual basis, depending upon the size of the team, you have to really see if there are any signs that you can pick up. So you need to have a very caring eye and very caring ear, right? The distress doesn't come in a day. It shows signs. So you have to really pick up those signs and try and see, do we have horses for courses? Do we have the right people? And are we really making them do what they love? There was a very famous saying. They said, love what you do and don't have to work for a day in life, right? It can be a very utopian kind of a statement, but the fact is that you have to make sure that people come closer to what they love doing, right? And that's the only way, whether work from home or otherwise, coming out of these stressful situation. At home, of course, the stresses could be of a different kind. And so I'll give you an example. In one of we did what you call town hall, not with the employees but with their spouses. So we tried and understand what was their viewpoint on that, or are there any signs they are picking up, or and we tried to encourage them to be free and freely speak about it. So these are, I think, also very important pointers to read those signs of stress.
In fact, very well put. Out of the box thinking to understand the family members what they go through could be a very strong indicator, rather than asking the gentleman the lady what his challenges are. It's like the ice cream experiment of I think Porsche car. The ice cream melts when I start the car. The root cause of it is probably felt by somebody else. And a nice example that you brought in. Okay, I just have a question. Anybody of these panelists can take this. Since you spoke about it, and Shibna spoke about which is a process-centric approach, and you are bringing the individual keen eye to observe changes in the employee. Okay, is there a mechanism for both of them to go hand in hand? Because one is an individual-centric approach where I'm the Tendulkars of the team, and the other one is a process-centric approach where I have Dravids in the team, all-rounders who can probably give me that 50 runs every match, or the average law of average being maintained. So how do I bring about forget the work-life balance, how do I bring about a balance between a process-centric thing and an individual brilliance kind of a setup for a keen eye to observe changes which is happening in any of the panelists can take this?
So I'll tell you, Professor, what is the work of a leader?
Okay.
If he doesn't do that, I think as leaders, it is absolutely our job to bring this, this kind of a bonhomie in the team, where it is not only the top leader who looks at his flock, but also then the other layers also. They start looking their flock and keep them together. So that's how, in my view, this is what I would say.
Anybody else wants to add a point on this point?
Completely agree with Jogendraji. Of course, from a team perspective, as a leader, when he, that's the job of the leader. So that's what he does it. So of course, in an organization, that's what happens. Every individual cannot be a Tendulkar, and every process-oriented cannot be a Dravid. So you have to, mix and match the things. So the work, goes on. And in current situation, of course, this has happened, and this has been more visible where the people is working from home or where the people is working from office. So the people who are working in office are, I say, kind of a Tendulkar kind of a person who were batting, opening and batting from the front foot. And the people who are working from home, of course, the process oriented, they were maintaining the process so that the product goes in the market in a smooth way. So that's what I think.
In fact, Divakarji, your thought process, I met a gentleman from IBM long time back, and he made a very brilliant statement. He said, if the process is strong, an ordinary person can become good, a good person will become exceptional. In fact, that's something which I says recalled when you said this statement. And I also agree with what Shibna said. Shibna, a question to you directly. I asked you this before. I just want, from a student's perspective, will video resumes replace normal resumes? Because it's a bandwidth issue from the HR perspective. I can scan hundreds of resumes in probably 10 minutes or 20 minutes, but I can't scan 3 video resumes in 10 minutes. Will it replace or is digitalization only as long as it can be duplicated, or is it going to be individual centric again, or individual brilliance perspective?
See, I will not say that it will replace, but then the trend would be there. There are different video content platforms and people prefer watching those contents. You get done with it quickly. I'm not really sure why Ramani said that you would not be able to review so many resumes with this video. If these are short video summaries that people send across, any HR would be happy to see that. And as employers, now we are looking to hire multi-skilled talent. So when you talk about what is multi-skilled, we need people. For example, if you're a marketing guy, okay, your core competency is fine, but then we are expecting as employers for you to understand the tools and methodologies, or the scope of AI in your particular domain. So when I talk about understanding, we don't expect the person to sit and code. If you are able to do that, that is well and good. But you need to have that understanding. That's the kind of talent that we require. I don't want to scare students here, but then there's a lot of competition. You really have to learn. You really have to fight it out and come out successful. So where there's a will, there is a way. So all the students here, what I want to say is keep learning. You get a job, you sit here. As panelists here, we are attending this because it is learning for us.
So
it is learning for you.
Yeah. So Shibna, my view is that this is like elevator speech, which used to be there in a way. You just make a video resume as an elevator speech, but this could be counterproductive also. Because we like it or not, people are camera conscious. They can't express very well on the camera, and that's why you have people who are a specialist in expression. So you call them actors.
Yeah, there are certain skills that people would lack. That's what I'm trying to come. It is not that it's going to be taken over by video resumes, but then you can even see that trend coming up in future.
But there is a big challenge. The biggest challenge
the biggest trend would be probably a robot taking interviews in 5 to 10 years. So
yeah, Arshi, you wanted to say something.
Yeah,
I think it also depends on the kind of roles that you're hiring for. Because if you're looking at, let's say presentability, if you're looking at communication, it actually helps us skip a step in the screening process. So that, and also maybe if you're looking to, hire volumes of people, then maybe it's not feasible for our internal team to spend our work hours there. So it would also depend on, how many man hours we can put as a team to maybe facilitate that. And also what kind of value will a video resume bring to maybe hiring for that process or for that role. And if those skills and those capabilities could be better judged that way.
True. And in fact, it cannot be a substitute even to the question which we ask in an interview, tell me something about yourself, because it's more from an advertisement perspective. It's not an answer to introduce yourself as well. And one more thing is like not only being camera conscious, we also need to know softwares and this thing to edit the videos as well. So how many people would be that tech savvy to create a video content which would replace, like, and it's an advertisement tool at the end of the day. Yeah.
But then again, one point.
All our students here would know that. We could ask our students can they do that. They'll be like experts in all that.
Instant gram world.
One point here. I mean, as you said, it would be challenging for some people to maybe, make a video edited. One skill, your enterprising skills could also be judged via your video.
Very true. Divesh, you have raised your hand.
So I just wanted to add what Ramiji, what you said. Of course, still, the digital print is more important and more famous than the, what I read it that, the printing newspaper is more likable than the digital newspapers. And adding on the what Arsh and Shibna said, attitude is also very important to look into. So for all the students there, as a freshers, we really look into the good attitude, the adaptability, what, the previous speaker in panel 1 has said. I think so. Her name was Trisha, which I overheard it, where she said that the adaptability is a more important thing which should come across. So of course, resume is one thing, whether it will be a, it's a print resume or a video resume, but the attitude and the adaptability in today's world is more important.
Okay, Divesh ji and Joginder ji, question to both of you. This is related to the production industry or the manufacturing industry. Okay, the challenges faced by the manufacturing industry is because everything cannot be digitalized at the end of the day. Production has to be happening on the shop floor and you can't replace it. So from an HR perspective, what were the steps that your organizations, if you could give me examples of your organization, nothing like it, but if it's like personal and you don't want to share that, we respect it, you can give a very generic answer as well. What does the HR of manufacturing industry, how did they adapt to this particular COVID situation, bringing in policies to at least, if not digitalize, at least bring about, a kind of situation where it works, hybrid kind of a model or something like that, any solutions that you all did?
Yeah, I'll just start and take a little bit of. So very clear, manufacturing, the people who are on the shop floor have to be on the shop floor. So of course, we try and see how we can best protect them, and the best practices are put in place and are adhered to by them very, very strictly. So that was a strong audit system, a strong implementation, and a liberal dose of providing them with the kind of resources, because everybody, so even to the extent of going and giving them the sabun ki tikkiya, so that nobody can say that hai nahi mere paas. So providing them all kind of so that was the focus that we did, and I'm talking about specifically only manufacturing environment. Creating SOP was the that how everybody has to enter, stay, go back home. Even within home, we tried to create some pictures and showed them how they should stay at home and live at home, kind of things. So then, so that is on as far as people on the shop floor. Then apart from that, in the admin office, sales office, all these kind of procurement office, etc., are definitely some people who can work from home. So till whatever time they could work from home, we put them into different classes, and some of these by rotation, some of these classes were also coming to office. We created, and with while we were doing this, and I'll give an example, primarily from the financial point of view, we wanted to cut our costs, literally, and we said, okay, I want to cut down an administration office completely. So let's say, or out of 3 floors, I'll take 1 floor off and I'll work on 2 floors only, or maybe 1.5 floors. So how we could do that? We created hot seats, and we said, okay, you guys work from, so this category of people only work from home, and this category of people only work from office. So which was very, very limited, and by rotation we could just keep some people. And when we say hot seat, means anybody who's working from home, on a very simple app, you can book a seat. That seat would be allotted to you, and then you come there, work, and go home. So that's how we try to really tackle the situation. But I do understand, in the manufacturing industry, it is very, very slightly difficult, apart from the administration staff. But keeping the health and wellness. So I'll give you an example, another, while HR was doing a lot of trainings and a lot of engagements. So a couple of these things that we did was walkathon. So we asked everybody to just walk as much as possible. You would be surprised, if I really tell you, I could even show you on this. In last 15 months, I personally have done close to 20,000 steps a day, every single day. So this is, truly just because I said I'm showing you how you can do it. And while we are doing all these kind of Zoom calls and all that, not everywhere you need to open the camera and you have to really show your face. No, not required. So where it is not required, please don't insist. We asked managers also, please don't insist that everybody has to open the camera. So you can take a call while walking, unless you have to work. So, okay, not 20,000, you can do 10,000, you can do 8,000. So, and we had almost about 250 people and I'm talking about the manufacturing, industry. Out of about 800 odd people, about 250 people participated in that. I can understand in a lot of, workers may not have participated because they were on the shop floor and they did not need to, probably, it was more of the other kind they were doing. So these you have to really think of, what you say out of box and engage people to say how we can keep people sane and in right shape.
True. Divesh, you want to add something?
Similar to the same situation, but of course, in the manufacturing industries, the worker is from a low grade, family. So the sanity and the sanitization at their home was very important. And specifically at the time, at the peak time, Maharashtra was in a red zone, clearly. So we asked the office staff, of course, rotational basis to work from home and work from office. So 50% was from work from home and work from office was 50%. So the department head and the functional head had the choice to call the people whom they want. And also we specifically took care of the shop floor people. So those were the important people. So those are the working hands at the end of the day. So, and even moving extend to a level where we could able to visit their, there was some team which has been formed so they can go to their home and see, the sanity has been maintained or not, because the next day the person has to come. And it is not a 3 shift working at that time. It was only 1 shift which we were operating. So that was one of the things. And of course, at the same time, all the manufacturing industries worked on that way and thinking out of the box what they can do and giving that human touch. Human touch was more important because at that time, many people were under, view that if the job will go on, people will get rid of us and all those things which will happen. So yes, so the human was highly motivated at that point of time.
My last question to both of the remaining panelists, one is Harsh and Shibna. Your opinions on impact of digitalization on team bonding. Is it? I use the word impact because I don't want to make a statement positive or negative. I leave it to you all. Is there an impact? If yes, positive, negative, and then what are you doing for it? Shibna can go first, and then probably Harsh.
Yes, ladies first, right? Okay. Ramani, definitely there is an impact. We are not meeting people. So mostly, my husband works in IT industry. I see him throughout calls at least for 10, 11 hours a day. I don't want to mention the company. So you really don't get.
He's not an HR, right?
No, he's not. You do not get time to socialize. You really do not. I have not met all my new joinees because they were all virtually onboarded. So you hardly get time, and then, we HRs come up with all these employee engagement activities very frequently now because the focus is so much that, we don't meet. And it becomes a burden for the employees. Oh my God, Friday, Shibna is going to come and do some activity. And that is the time we want to relax. So, even that should not be a burden for the employees. So what, we as a company, what we generally do is, I have kept it very open. If anybody wants to discuss anything with me, if there's anything that make our workplace better, our virtual life better, just let us know. So we kind of conduct virtual, drinking sessions, I would say. We actually have onboard counselors. So there are a few things people might, discuss with the HR. There are a few things that they might discuss with the manager, but not everything comes out.
Yes.
So if people are going through that stress, they obviously need an external party to help them. So we onboard counselors to help them, have sessions and have a one-on-one to discuss and understand what is really wrong. And obviously, if people are working more than that stipulated 8 to 9 hours, they are definitely going to be stressed. So we need tools to understand, how much of time is going on a daily basis. Another thing is we kind of give them allowances for their wellness. So all, we kind of give them yearly allowances where they can utilize that for their wellness or their, health checkup. So all these will kind of motivate them a little better. And, apart from the daily, weekly calls that happen, there has to be some, sessions with the HR, some say, informal chats with their family. So I know I'm the kind of HR who actually is very approachable. So I kind of pick up the phone and talk to my employee to figure out, how are things going. So I kind of invest that time. So that is really important. And that is where HRs play a part. Probably a marketing head or a business guy won't be able to help. They talk numbers. They just can't help there. So to make sure that this team collaboration, because of less team collaboration, whatever negatives come, we have to find some ways to, overcome that. And I think all this will help.
Before I pass the to Harsh, marketing guys don't only talk numbers, we talk members also. Okay, I'm from the sales background, so I will just a question here because at the end of the day, I think like Joginder sir put it very well. It's leaders at the end of the day. It's an individual perspective of a leader, be it HR, marketing, finance. At the end of the day, that's what comes to the forefront when you get the best out of your employees.
But HRs are really specialized in certain things. So I really wanted to point out.
I'll give you the last word. Don't worry. Okay, never argue with a lady. You can't win. Okay, yeah, Arshi.
Yes. To give you some context, I work in a all remote organization, and I think even post pandemic we are going to be completely remote. And I can say that I've also worked in an organization where you're not working remotely, and you're coordinating with your teammates and spending time with them. So definitely, when you physically spend time with them, when you're more involved with your teammates in terms of a personal touch or a physical space, yes, you coordinate better, you get to know them better. There's more scope of building a relationship with your teammates. There's better synergy with them. But then, very interestingly, we as a team, we had this small survey, like a quick survey, and the question, and there were like around 40 to 50 members together. It was a team meeting, and the question was asked was, post pandemic, would you guys rather prefer, working together in a physical space? Would you want to, or would you want to work remotely? And the most popular answer that popped up was everyone wanted a hybrid model, where people could work remotely, but then also meet up for like team bonding or team meetings, like maybe once in maybe a month, or maybe meet together for an event or go together. And we are a complete global organization. So this was an interesting take to maybe how team bonding would work. And I think maybe in terms of hiring and recruitment, there is a lot of coordination that is required, especially maybe if you're working maybe for an agency or working as a vendor or as a consultant, because you need to sort of also work with the marketing people because they're pitching to the clients, and at the same time you're finding and hiring and recruiting people who you want to push to your clients. Yes, there's a lot of coordination involved, but I think it can be done. It's not a challenge that without which you cannot proceed. However, there's definitely better team bonding when you have a personal touch, and there are personal relationships that you end up building. So also, I think the time's also ending. So I just wanted to conclude with one statement, which I had started with, which I couldn't complete. I just wanted to say, at the end of the day, I think it's very important to introspect and understand how you are, what your lifestyle is, what your preferences are, to be able to, make use of either work from home or working in office, or any kind of work-life balance. So suppose if you're someone who's not very structured and passive, or maybe you need a little bit push there, and maybe you're in a work from home environment and that doesn't facilitate that, then I think you really need to be introspective and maybe push yourself, maybe meeting more people or being more organized, or building that calendar for yourself. So yeah.
In fact, I'll take Harsh's point and just add one more point. When I started my first business after leaving my corporate job, I'm not that kind of an organized, well-organized kind of a person. I'll be very honest to admit that. One advice which was given to me is don't work from home. Go to cafe coffee days. You have an office everywhere in every city. But that actually brought about a lot of organized skills, because one is I could meet people there, and at the same time I can't go to cafe coffee day dressed in casuals, So that also brought a bit of seriousness in us. And at the end of the day, when you are paying for whatever you're eating there, you tend to, when you put money in, you make sure that the ROI also does start coming out. So it kind of, it's actually, though it might be self, but there are some catalysts needed to trigger that change in people as well. So any students have got any questions? So Swagat? Swagat? Yes.
Yes, sir. Sorry, just a second. Yeah. So most of the questions which were asked by the students, actually all the questions were covered in the discussion itself. So we are now confused what questions we need to
IIT brains, man. IIT brains, they can dig out questions. Answering is tough. Questions are never tough.
So that was one question. Actually, there was one problem that was like all the seniors we are discussing about our first year students, like fourth year batch. We discuss always about our first year students. That is, they have never seen the campus, so they are only learning from the digital platform, and it's the other thing. So how do you have any suggestions that you want to tell them that how to cope up this, and how they can like come out of this stigma that they have not learned a lot from.
Swagat, we were not able to get your question properly.
Hello. Yeah. So
Yeah,
what
yes,
was
sir.
intending to ask was basically the first batch the current batch, right? 2020, whoever got into IIT in 2020, they haven't even come to
Rishabh,
campus.
can you continue?
So basically they have attended now they are in the third semester. So 2 semesters they have completed fully online. Of course, the labs have been postponed, but
question.
all the theory courses they have just done online. And to add to his question, I am taking their class now in the third semester, and they have so much inhibition speaking up. And one of them openly confessed that, sir, we have not met you in person, so we don't know how to speak to you. So it's a very common thing. Like even I would be very comfortable speaking to a person whom I have seen, right? So looking at all the teachers literally as computers teaching them, and we also look at them as teaching to computer icons. So how is this going to change, or what measures can we take to say make this better? I think that's his question, Swag's question.
Shibnaji, you can answer this, but I have one more corollary because you are into placements as well and recruitment as well. What is the expectation change that you are now looking out in an online interview vis-a-vis a physical interview? If you can add that also to this, it will help the students much better.
I think for students, if you have not met your teachers, the testing is to have some informal chit-chat sessions with them, just to know a little more better about them, and stick to your curriculum, because what happens is there is so much in internet that the focus may shift. So it's very important that you stick to your curriculum, whatever questions you have, make sure that you put it out to, the professors, and get to know them better. As students, you should have some sessions which would, help you guys know each other better. The students would get an opportunity to know the professor better, and vice versa. Have some sessions, when are you guys going to use Zoom or Google Meet better than this? So I think you should do that. The second question, I would say we kind of invest as HRs, we invest the same amount of time that we invest in face-to-face interviews. So you need not have worries whether they will be able to assess you online, better. So we kind of invest the same time. So there are situations where I find it difficult to understand the candidate in 30 minutes. So I kind of do a follow-up session with the candidate. So companies are investing time, and here they are taking more time to analyze the candidate. So it's not that you're losing out here; it's an advantage here. So take it in that way. Take it in the positive way. You're not losing out anywhere. We want all of you guys to come as the future leaders in the industry, and that's definitely going to happen. All this situation is not going to hamper. It's going to be only added value and advantage.
Thank you. Any other questions? Swagat,
Thank
you. Swagat, that was your question, right?
Yes, sir. That was my question. I thank Naveen sir for taking it forward. I'm completely sorry for the technical errors from my side. So I think I think all the questions which were asked by the students were covered in the session. I was really happy. Actually, so we were all discussing right now.
One second. Arish wants to say something.
I want to say that, see, in this current times, there's so many things which are not in our hands, even not just, for you guys in college, even for us at work, maybe sometimes, maybe with the third wave coming, we don't know what's happening, what not. But I'll tell you one thing, and that's what I learned in my management school, that, no matter what the situation is, one must always learn the skill to optimize, कि जो भी होगा मैं उसका कुछ ना कुछ अच्छा ढूंढ ही लूंगा. So maybe if you're at home and maybe you cannot experience college, then maybe use that time to maybe get a hobby, do something that you could do at home comfortably. So just this skill of optimizing, I think whichever walk of life you go to, or maybe whatever status you get or gather, this will always be there. You'll always have to optimize. You'll always have to find a solution with whatever you've got. So yeah, that's all.
Yeah.
In fact, I started with the movie.
I'll just add 1 minute in this. So in this, what we are doing is we are starting to believe, or starting to, we are coming ahead with a mindset that we are at a disadvantage. Forget about that fact. Just take away that mindset to start with. You are not at this, at any kind of disadvantage. Absolutely, this is a situation that is there. You have a lot of other, opportunities. You are learning, much more today. What we are learning online, is not something that you would, if you would have gone to college, you could have definitely wasted some time in canteen and some, other thing. So you have all those kind of things. So you just believe in your mindset that you are not at disadvantage, because otherwise you start on a wrong note. You start strongly. Vivekananda, read Vivekananda. He says the youth of my country has to be very, very strong, headstrong. And when I say headstrong, means not in the wrong sense, but in the right way. But that sense of confidence, sense of that we can make it in any situation is very important. So don't take yourself as starting on a wrong foot, or on a wrong at a disadvantage. That's very important in my opinion.
In fact, I was just about to. Yeah, Divekar sir, after you.
Just on a lighter note, you still have a good time to have a food of your mom's food. So you enjoy it till the time you are in the campus. So
aloo becoming masala, aloo becomes a food. Canteen mein aloo is always a masala. It's
you cannot differentiate between the curry and all the things. What are the types of curry which is there? So just on that, but yes, I totally agree with the panel, Joginder ji, Shivana ji, and Harsh ji. You are not losing anything at all. Industry is coming up, shipping up, and we all require you all. So at the end of the day, the job will be there, and in a good way. So the people who has faced this kind of a situation, the challenges, they have already a headstrong. It's like the Paralympic, Olympic, where we have won 19 medals already. So it's like that. You have already passed those mental toughness phase, and let's wait for the good things which will happen.
So I'll just culminate whatever everybody said. In fact, Joginder sir ka point was very valid. I was also about to talk the same point. COVID actually, if you look at it, there is a lot of opportunities than the threats that were seen from this. It's actually thrown in a lot of opportunities. I, for example, had worked with a lot of colleges only inside Karnataka. But thanks to COVID, I not only expanded outside Karnataka, with online sessions. I never thought I will be doing NLP sessions for USA. Billing is not happening in rupees. Okay, so that's a big plus sign. And talking, I started with the movie Rang De Basanti, praising Joginder sir. I will take one more movie from Arshji ka dialogue. Arshji said when life throws you a challenge, there is a fantastic movie. I'm sure all of you would have watched it. Watch it again for not the character of the movie, Pa. Don't watch it for Amitabh Bachchan. Watch it for Abhishek Bachchan. It throws curveballs to him, and everything that comes as a problem to him, he makes that only a sign for why he should get advantage from that. So thanks for this opportunity. Prajal, if there are no more questions, thanks for this opportunity, and I thank all the panelists for helping me in my first adventure as a moderator. Thanks for this opportunity, and all of you, thanks for sharing your points. And students, wish you all the very best. God bless you. Take care, and thanks Naveen sir and Mahadev sir for their kind words. Thanks so much. Over to you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Swagat, you can conclude, or Rishika, anyone you can conclude.
Yeah, I request Rishika to just give.
So on behalf of the CDC and the students of IIT Dharwad, I would like to thank all our guests, Ms. Shibna Ramla, Mr. Devesh Devakar, Mr. Jogendra Singh, Mr. Arsh Bhatia, Mr. Ramani Venkat for taking part in the HR Conclave 2021 and sharing their expertise with us. I would also like to thank the respected Director of IIT Dharwad, Professor Seshu, the Deans, the faculty in charge of CDC, and all the faculty members, Ms. Farzana Pathan, the CSS team, and all the students for making this event a success. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we have shared the breakout rooms. We'll just have a small unofficial discussion in the back so that we can have a good. We request all the panelists to please join that discussion.
Thank you.
Rishabh, I'm not able to join the breakout room. Rishabh or Swagat. I think it's...
Rishabh, yes sir, I am also not able to join. I'll just check.
Yeah, check. I mean, if it's okay, I think now I should start driving towards IIT Dharwad only. So I'll just meet you guys there. Okay?
Yeah, sir. I just came home, sir. Yeah. They're there. Yeah. Students are there.